What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another quasi-impromptu late night uh, stream from yours truly. Had one earlier today. Had some things on my mind, different things I've learned actually today, and just things I've been contemplating quite a bit this past week, and decided just to kind of go on a modicum of a rant this evening, and then we'll kind of open it up to general discussion. People want to join stream, share their thoughts. You'll be welcome to do so after I get done with my little bit of a tangent. Something that's really been striking me. I was actually having a conversation with SFT about this earlier, of just the sheer level of ignorance on a lot of the topics that we discuss and have debates with different YouTube atheists on, and in the discussions that we engage in, we're often told and accused of being amazingly ignorant. We believe in sky daddies and magic, man in the clouds, so on and so forth. And then when we actually present arguments and ask questions and see if people even have a modicum of understanding of some of the different points that have really struck us as like, how the heck do you explain this? It clearly goes over their heads, and they seem to be extremely like almost excited about the fact that they don't know what the heck they're talking about. And that somehow their ignorance is it's like ignorance is the ultimate reason for like to defend their position. And I'm just like, there is no scenario in which I would be running around and being like, so I have no idea what the heck I'm talking about, and I don't know if what you're saying is actually true, false, or what people think. However, because I don't know what it is, and my peers don't know what it is, therefore, I'm not actually going to contemplate whether or not the point that you're making is actually valid or remotely relevant to the overall conversation and discussion, which is, is atheism rational? Is the underlying fundamental requirements for our very existence, is it rational? Is it logical, plausible, and probable to conclude that our existence is the result of purely undirected process, no subsequent underlying fundamental components that must be in existence in order for us to exist? Let's just toss all that out the window and not even think about those things, and we're just going to say, hey, yeah, there's some people who dismiss that, and therefore I'm not even going to contemplate this. I'm just going to run around and make up stupid crap about why something I'm ignorant of has no application to my worldview and ultimately the fundamentals of my very existence. So, in line with all of that, I wanted to kind of talk about a few little things that I've come across, and I think some of the things I knew in general, others I've kind of expanded my own personal knowledge of this past week. And these were some ones that just absolutely blew my mind, and also debunk, in my opinion, actually kind of debunk some of the standard talking points from a lot of the folks that I engage with on a regular basis. But so let's look at number one. So I got five mind benders. Number one, we got 85 protein transcription factors for transcription of your genes into functional components. And that's before you even get over to the ribosome. Now we're just talking about the machines that are required to copy a transcript. You've got 85 different proteins. A plethora of those are actually protein-protein interaction. They're not actually directly engaging with the DNA. They're interacting with each other. Plenty of them are only there for a brief moment to like kickstart the next step. Then they leave, and then new things come in now that there's been a physical modification to the ones they came in to modify. all of these things prior to even the starting of the transcription process. And that's before you even contemplate the three-dimensional structure requirements of the promoter regions and what all has to happen, and the geographic linear location of these segments in the top box and different things that must be in place in order for the transcription factors to even have a landing zone. I mean, to me, that's just a what? I mean, the transcript itself and the sequence, gene sequence itself, its existence is stunning and complicated and beyond plausibility to happen through undirected process. But then you get into all these additional factors, which, irony of ironies, I actually found this out last week. In the context of portions of your genome that are considered quote unquote coding, and as we all know, the Evo atheists love to spew about how the gigantic portion of the genome that has no function. Turns out they actually don't even count the promoter regions into the percentage of in regards to the coding. So even though you can't have coding without it, it's the start stops and a bunch of different components to the overall transcription process. They don't actually count those base pairs into the overall percentage. So that was kind of funny. But let me just get into things that kind of correlates with what I was talking about there on the promoter regions and such, and get the on-off switches. They've actually documented no less than 4 million, ladies and gentlemen, 4 million real-time on-off switches in the gene regulatory networks that do exactly that. They turn things on and turn things off. They're literal switches. It's a trackable, quantifiable mechanism, and we're incorporating the same logic into synthetic biology. We recognize the circuitry and the on-off switch components that are required, and we're using them to create our own genetic circuits for synthetic functional outcomes. And again, let's go back to what is plausibility what is plausible in relation to a lot of these arguments that are being made. Well, we've got 4 million on-off switches. Mind-bending. Then we get to number 3, cell type specific gene expression. So this also correlates and expands upon the premise of the what is junk, what is functional, what is not functional. What we've actually been discovering very recently is that not only are certain portions of the genome only active in certain cell types, it actually goes to another extent, and there are specific gene sequences that are actually expressed and read in a different manner in a cell type specific expression pattern. So, and this actually gets into the epigenome and different transcription factors, methylation and epigenetic tagging that goes into play, which they've also been discovering has significant relevance and applicability in relation to the gene expression based on cell type. But to me, when you really think about this, so it's like, hey, I've got the same sequence. However, it can be read multiple ways. And based on cell type specific variables, this exact same sequence is read in a different format. The intron exon alternative splicing is done in different formats based on the cell type, which now results in different protein outcomes and different cell type specific functions that are now possible from the exact same portion of the genome. But they've now been able to document in real time and be able to actually measure and identify how this is happening. I was watching a video on this that was published a couple months ago, and the head of the genetics program at Stanford is giving a whole presentation on this concept and how they've recently, like within the last 5 years, his group actually developed the technology which enabled them to be able to actually identify this and these kinds of processes. And you could tell he was just mind blown, like expounding upon it, like showcasing what they discovered, what was actually occurring. And to me, when you think about that, it's, from a programming standpoint, it's like, man, you got the exact same lines of code that you can turn into variable functions based on real-time context. I mean, if that doesn't blow your mind, I don't know what does. Or you willfully suspend rational thought in relation to, what is plausible. Like, what is reasonable to conclude? Like, man, we got variable real-time expression based on cell type. The exact same sequence can be read in a different way to result in a different outcome. And this is all based on real-time methylation or epigenetic tagging that's done in real time. It's crazy. But anyway, okay, so going back to let's go back to destination addresses, and then we'll get into histone barcoding. So destination addresses, I mean, think about this. You have different, organs in your body that create different things, different hormones, and have different signals, different components, right? And they get sent to other parts of your body. I mean, think about that for a second. How does it get there? Oh, wait. Ladies and gentlemen, it turns out there's actual destination addresses that are programmed into the gene sequence, which are then translated into physical destination addresses in the proteins that are then read in a variety of manners prior to both before and after packaging, physical packaging into membranes, loaded into cargo proteins, which are then hooked up to motor proteins, which are then taken to the logistics hubs, taken from the logistics hubs to the destination addresses or to a export portal, which are then picked up by another transport. I mean, to me, when you really think about this, like, you have digital destination addresses that are programmed into a digital data file, which are then 3D printed. I mean, if that doesn't blow your mind and just make you come to the conclusion of, like, this is some of the most mind-bending stuff you can actually contemplate, of, like, these are fundamental components to your very existence. You have got digital information that is translated into 3D printing. 3D printing contains destination addresses along with freaking nanorobot functionality and tech that then goes through logistics and transported by nanomachines, destinations and at speeds that are amazing. Like, for example purposes, some of the motor proteins travel, if you did it at scale, they are traveling the equivalent of 400 miles an hour. 400 miles an hour, folks. They're zipping up these little freaking roads, microtubule roads, that build themselves in front of them as they're going. And they're traveling the equivalent of 400 miles an hour. I mean, if that doesn't just absolutely astound you, I don't know what does. So either you are ignorant or you are willfully suspending all rational thought in relation to the plausibility of the existence of all of these things. Now, let's go to the fifth one, which is histone barcoding. I actually just learned about this one today. So the histones are the little proteins that your DNA wraps itself around, and they also are very significant in being able to have epigenetic tags and methylation done to them, in addition to the tagging that's done to the DNA strand itself. And so this histone barcoding actually is creation of physical barcodes that have the ability to be read in a variable fashion by other proteins they interact with, which then activate, deactivate, turn on, turn off, basically enable the unzipping and the access of data based on real-time variables. So all this crap that we listen to ad nauseum from the Evos about, all this, they try to frame the underlying components of the genome as this very static, dead, non-dynamic system. Ladies and gentlemen, there is real time zipping and unzipping of data, compression of data, decompression of data, scanning of digital barcodes by nanorobots to be able to determine whether or not they're in the right place at the right time, accessing the right data set based on a signal for a need that was sent potentially from great distance from another portion of the body to then express a robot that has a specific functional outcome and then can be programmed with a destination address. I'm sorry. When I think about this stuff, and then listening to the Evos that like act like all this stuff is just totally plausible to have happened over billions of years, I'm just like, man, you guys don't know what the heck you are talking about. And irony of ironies, actually, as a curiosity, I decided to go access the Open MIT biochemistry lectures. And it kind of confirmed my suspicion. I actually watched these like a year and a half ago, and it had been a while, and my knowledge has expanded dramatically in terms of like the functional, and I was just learning the basics and such. And I went back because I didn't remember them talking about a lot of this stuff, but it was like just general concepts, but not really getting into the nitty gritties of the details. And sure enough, I went back and reviewed. And while there's, obviously the professor was great, he was giving lots of information, he was not getting into the details of some of the different things that, we're talking about tonight. And it glossed over a lot of the underlying necessities. And I thought about that. I'm like, okay, so I'm watching the lecture from MIT. So not exactly some fly-by-night academic institution. And they're not discussing this sort of thing. So it's like, man, how many people actually are even aware of this? And then if you're getting into like the evolutionary biologists and such, they're doing a lot of stuff from a much more theoretical perspective, not the real world application standpoint. And then we all know that a lot of quote unquote experts become so hyper focused in whatever their little niche specialty is, they don't actually very often have much knowledge about, they have the knowledge of the classes they took in undergrad about some of these other, components of their quote unquote discipline. And I'm like, okay, so if this is the kind of knowledge they have, then the underlying fundamentals in terms of the plausibility of their suppositions takes on an entirely different dynamic. And I mean, from my opinion, it forces you to kind of question more and more of like, are these people, a lot of these folks, I'm not saying it's all, but a lot of the folks that we're considering experts on something, they may be an expert in their niche, but I do not need to accept in any shape, form, or fashion without due diligence on my own their opinion about things that are not their focus. And anyway, enough of that little tangent. But in line with all that, the last thing I'm going to do before I open up the stream for people to come in and have a conversation, share their thoughts, and we'll see where the night goes. This kind of aligns with the last point I was talking about there in terms of histone barcoding and the so let me let's see here. There we go. This is a paper from this year. There's actually a bunch of them from this year on this topic. But not only is the barcoding of the histones gaining even more and more significance, they're actually discovering that, as you can see here from the title, histone modifications form a cell type specific chromosomal barcode that modulates and maintains patterns of gene expression throughout the cell cycle. Okay. As I was mentioning earlier, there are literal, not figurative, literal, readable barcodes being created in along portions of the genome that are cell type specific, which then create variable expression of the genes for that cell type. And because they have variable expression patterns inside the sequence themselves in terms of alternative splicing and such, and like starting the open reading frame starting points and such, you've got the exact same portion of the genome that has a totally different functional outcome. I mean, if this doesn't blow your mind, you don't know why this is going over your head, or you're just refusing to recognize the significance of this. So, ladies and gentlemen, what this is, one of the many things this is meaning is that what we have thought is this relatively limited amount of information in the genome is potentially exponentially greater than our previous understanding. And if this is the case, which obviously it is, and this is one of many papers on this topic, the underlying significance of this is so hold the phone for un momento. What we thought was limited, not that significant, and it's just this little small portion of the genome that has any relevance. This has any relevance for. Yeah, it's way more than we thought. And then think about this, folks. If there's cell type specific variations on top of the already known variations and variables and variable outcomes, all from the same sequence, how is it remotely plausible, folks, that this is the result of a directed process? It's not. It is not. All right, enough of my tangent. If folks want to join, link is now in the description. And she's not in the description yet. I got to click save on that. I just put it in side chat. Link is now going in description. And have some fun conversation. And just 1 second, everybody. Tangelo, welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thanks. And you, John?
Man, I'm doing good, but honestly, I've just been getting a little bit. Well, two things. I've been having my mind blown quite a bit this past week. I'm on different new things I've either known about but hadn't really looked into as much, or even completely new processes I was unaware of. Then on the flip side, just the utter ignorance of not just a few. I mean, at this point, it's the majority. It's most of, if not almost all, of these people we interact with online. They have no idea what they're talking about. None. And it's really starting to it's not irritating me. It's getting rather disconcerting in relation to the, as I said again, kind of like the overlay screen I had there, like the willful suspension of rational thought is the only way to actually have quasi-justified atheism. Like, you have to close your mind in order to maintain the atheistic worldview. You don't necessarily have to believe in the Christian God or any particular one individual God, but to claim that there is not one and there is no evidence for one, it's mind blowing. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I agree with you. And we had this discussion previously. And as I said many times, the problem is not scientific or evidence. The problem is spiritual. When someone has a commitment and an emotional commitment to the no God hypothesis, and one has decided to live without God, then every effort will be committed to deny evidence that points to a creator, and that goes to a very extended length, which we are seeing, which is happening in the streams where we participate, and which we see with the atheists, with what kind of excuses that they come up with. So this is something which I explain based on that fact, that people, they decide they want to live without the creator, and so whatever evidence is provided to them, they will deny it. They will not look at the evidence from a rational viewpoint, but from an emotional viewpoint, and then simply say, oh, I don't want that God, so there can't be evidence that points to him, and that's it.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. And we got the so Jack, the link is in the chat if you want to come in and extenuate our conversation. I hope you actually figured out how to use your laptop at this point. But yeah, I mean, and as a sidebar, I know the histone code is something of great interest to you, Angelo. What I've been learning today about the barcoding. I mean, there's like multiple layers of code in histone code. And
we have far from figured it out, but
we're not even close to figuring it out. But the whole premise of there being a not figurative but literal barcoding process for the individual histones, and that's before you account for I didn't know that there was actually there's a methylation, there's an epigenetic tagging process for the histone itself, as well as for the nucleotides that it's in the actual the DNA strand itself. So it was like double. And then they've also realized, have you ever read any of the stuff on this, Angela, on the CG rich zones?
I heard about that, but I'm confused now about what you said. What I know is that the histone tail bears instructional information, and there are readers, erasers, and writers which can read that sequence of amino acids on the tail, and then upon that they interact with different with other tails. And there is all this complex machinery which can communicate with other histones, and then the genes, they can be expressed or suppressed or whatever. And of course, that is extremely orchestrated and extremely complex. So science is not even at the beginning to unravel the complexity of how this works, and even the physical order in the nucleus. The chromosomes, they are literally physically moved around. There are mechanisms to move them around, and it is the physical location of those which also is determining the gene expression. And the simple order of the chromosomes is information bearing, and that's just information on top of information on top of information, various layers of information interacting with each other. And that, of course, is mind-blowing and can only be explained rationally by a super powerful and intelligent designer which has created this kind of complexity.
No, I agree with you completely on that. And you're right on of course, you're right on the histone tail aspect. But this lecture I was watching earlier, they were also talking about how there's an additional layer, something in addition to the methylation on the tails. They're actually realizing there's methylation going on specific portions of the gene sequence itself, and like in the transcription proto regions and such. So they've discovered that they call them CG rich zones. So obviously up until relatively recently, it's just another pointless repeat, right? What they have discovered is that there is hyper specific binary tagging of the CG rich zones, and they are actually directly essential for the transcription factor landing zones, if you will. And because they figured this out when they deleted a protein that they realized was creating these tags in the CG rich zones, and that they correlated with the promoter regions. And basically, long story short, what they've discovered is that the tagging of these CG rich zones is very necessary for the transcription factors to be able to bind properly to start the transcription process.
Wow. Yeah, that's fantastic. That's
so
really...
So as you and I both know, the transcription process in of itself is mind-bendingly complex, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, hang on. So this little portion that we've been told has zero function is, it's just another tandem repeat, right? Wait, turns out if that's not there, and this little tandem repeat is also not properly marked, then all these other hypercomplex functions can't come into the right spot and land properly and connect properly in order to actually execute transcription. And I'm like, man, if that just that concept by itself to me is an absolute mind bender.
Yeah. And you can simply explain that to someone that doesn't have much an understanding in biochemistry, that in order for the transcription to occur, you need to know where to stop and where to start. And there are the Tata box, and there are other markers where the machinery knows, okay, here the transcription has to start. And then the messenger RNA is transcribed, and then comes another signal, and then the machinery know, okay, here we have to stop. And imagine how could that kind of complexity have merged without guidance and without goal and without functionality. Molecules, they do not have any intention to make function-bearing messages. The messenger RNA is like a letter, a blueprint, a letter which you are sending to another department of the company. And this is completely immersed in information technology. It is all information from the beginning to the end. And claiming that this has not or doesn't require a programmer at the beginning of everything, it is irrational to the extreme.
Agreed. Danny, welcome to the stream. How are you, my friend?
Hey, how are you, sir?
Oh,
hi, Danny.
You sound tired.
Hey, you got time to look.
You sound tired. Were you falling asleep and decided to join the madness?
Well, yeah, it's been a long day for me. Very long day. Well, the days are long with school plus work. It's just long.
I gotcha. Well, you had when we were talking earlier, you had students about to come in, didn't you?
Yeah, at 1:25, which was like, that's one of the reasons why I had to cut it out really fast.
Well, that's all good. I understand that. Hey, you gotta go actually focus on the real world, right? not just this esoteric, ethereal, digital landscape in which we love to we all enjoy inhabiting at different portions, and then before we go back into the real world.
So did you watch the whole video today on speed or just parts of it?
I watched about probably. I was more listening. I listened to probably about 30 minutes of it. I don't know. It may have been longer than that. I don't know. 'Cause I had it on like 1.75 speed. So I'm not sure exactly how long I listened to because eventually I kind of just I can't.
Did you hear me explode?
Oh yeah. Like, yeah, that was definitely.
We ended up apologizing to each other. We kind of made up, but it was painful. It was a pretty painful process. I don't like when I call someone an idiot or a dumbass or whatever names. I always regret it. I always feel really bad about it after. But I always tell someone that if I call them those names, that it's just me angry or emotional because I really I don't feel like I'm ever going to be justified in calling someone stupid. I just don't ever. I have to be very, very clear about what I mean there. Otherwise, it just doesn't mean very much. But like, I'm angry.
Who did you argue with?
That was basically Speed's crew.
Yes, of course, but who in specific? Many or who?
All of them, literally, almost every single one. Well, many. I mean, many, and then John, and then of course Speed, and then a couple other people in the chat, and then Immutable was in the chat. So I mean, it was like I took like 5 people on.
And to put it in context, he had forgotten a word in like typing up something, had forgotten a word, and it turned into this like total meltdown confrontation over a freaking typo. And what the meaning of the typo was. Had Danny intentionally put in the typo. I mean, I was listening to it, I'm like, this is some of the dumbest. And Danny, you maybe not, you're nicer than me. It was dumb. Like there was some full scale stupidity going on in that back and forth. I'm sitting there listening to it like, we've got grown men arguing over a typo and the intention of a typo. This is some stupid crap that I'm listening to right now. I couldn't stop listening because I was getting so much entertainment out of the level of sheer and utter lunacy that was happening on that stream. But from a like in the real world, like if 4 grown men were arguing and yelling at one guy for having like deleted one word, yeah. Like, folks, we live in like the world of autocomplete and voice to text where things don't necessarily get put in all the time. And you click send before you like have edited. I do it all the time, like using voice to text while I'm driving, and you click send and you look down and you're like, seriously, how did voice to text translate, whatever you said into XYZ? And you're like, then you're sending another notification like, hey, sorry, or sometimes you don't even realize it until the next time you look at it. Like,
it was very confusing because there were 2. If you look at the YouTube video where I made the mistake, there were 2 threads. So what happened was I was trying to give a disjunctive syllogism, which is just basically like P or not P, and then I meant to say not P, therefore P, right? And so, but that was on one thread. In the same video, in a different thread, I wrote it in word form. So I wrote like either science studies the regularity of nature, or it does not study the regularity of nature. It's false that it doesn't study the regularity of nature. Therefore, science studies the regularity of nature. That was the argument word for word. And there I successfully put the disjunctive syllogism in word form, right? But that which shows that I know how to do a disjunctive syllogism, right? And which is one of a very, very simple arguments. Like, if A, then B, A, therefore B. It's a very simple argument. But I forgot a negation. I forgot to put a negation there, right? And when I wrote it in variable form, it should have been P or not P, not P as the second premise, and then therefore P, right? And it was just, I just thought it was, and then it just kind of erupted. Everyone got mad at each other, and at the end we just kind of let it go. And I'm not going to say anything negative about them anymore. All I'm going to say is that I was very, very angry, and it felt really bad because I was trying really hard to explain stuff, But it should be water under the bridge now.
how can you explain something to people who are not listening or who have deaf ears?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I don't. I don't. For me, I'm just gonna move on. I don't like bad blood. I'm just gonna leave it. Like I said, I told them I was gonna leave it, and they told me the same thing. But I did want to say what did happen. What I thought at least
But
happened.
I'm still not understanding, Danny. You are an atheist. What are you standing for? What is the purpose of your participations of all these streams? I think you are participating at many streams. What is your goal?
Oh, I'm just interested in the conversations.
Okay. So basically, no goal.
You know, well, if I consider that a goal, I like kind of like I like ice cream or something, you know. So I go eat it. That's a goal.
Now, see, Artangelo, be careful, or well, actually, I can tell you what Danny's real goal is, at least on tonight. He is tempted to have our psychological evaluation. He's tempted to get on the couch and continue the conversation he and I started earlier on my psychological analysis of his goals.
Okay. Psychoanalysis. Okay.
Yeah. We were having a good time with that earlier while he was in between classes.
Yeah.
It
was a good time. Well, hey, Danny, if you're saying something, you're on.
Yeah, I'm muted. I will say something to you that we were talking about the problem of evil. It was very cordial, and I enjoyed the conversation. But I was, I gotta tell you something else that they have on the stream. If you kept on watching, I made the claim that Darth Dawkins is a good debater.
I can only imagine the response to that.
Oh yes, I've seen that part.
Did you see that?
I did not see that part.
I saw that part.
Yeah, I actually do think he's a good debater. I don't think he now. Keep in mind that I completely disagree with Darth. I don't think he's a good interlocutor. I think I would never want to talk to him about anything philosophical, but I think he's actually really good at debate. And I got a lot of pushback for that because I think like people, I've only seen one Kent Hovind debate. I've only seen one. And so I'm just, based on that one, I think he's a good debater based on what I saw. And I think all I mean is that with these people like Darth and Kent Hovind, you have to be, you can easily look like a fool, right? Darth, if you don't know how to respond to his questions or don't know how to control the conversation, you will look stupid, right? You will look very stupid.
But do you know what the problem is, Danny, in my understanding in regards of Darth's approach, that many questions which he asks, they are difficult questions in the sense that you don't really pin down what the meaning is of what he is asking. And nonetheless, you try to answer him, and then you look stupid because you are not able to actually respond accordingly to what actually would be a meaningful answer, because his questions, they are difficult to be understood. And I think that making questions which are difficult to be understood is not a productive approach to have a dialogue with someone. I think we need to be very clear in our propositions and what we try to communicate to others in order that they can actually follow our rationale and change and eventually improve. But I don't see that happening when he interacts with other people. And most atheists, they leave the debate with him frustrated. And I mean, being frustrated is
no, I agree with everything you're saying. I don't think it's productive to talk to Darth, right? I'm just saying that when I say he's a good debater, think about this question. Is it easy to debate Darth? And it's not the sort of like, it's hard to debate against a 5-year-old, right? That's true. I understand that that's a very low bar, but there's something else, right? That it's not simply difficult to debate Darth, because like you said, he asks questions, like he'll say, what brings about the intelligibility of the universe or something like that? What can account for intelligibility of the universe? The right question there is to ask what he means by intelligibility, okay? And if you don't do that and you attempt to answer the question, you might respond or say something that is actually, that can easily be criticized. and then that's what he does, right? So I'm just saying that it's like going through a bunch of everything is booby trapped with respect to Darth. And if you don't know where the traps are, if you don't know how to circumvent each or address each question, you get caught, and it's not fun. But no, yeah, I totally agree with you. It's very unproductive. He's a horrible interlocutor. There's no such thing as having a good conversation. I'm just saying he knows how to control the conversation. A lot of people don't know how to respond well to him, and he can make you look like a fool, right? If you don't,
and that's not good. And also, he actually interrupts people constantly. And I myself, I hated to be interrupted. I had an interlocutor last, I think it was yesterday night with Donald, which had the debate with Kent Hovind, Donald Kronos, and at the after show. And he
is that Dak? Is that Dak? D-A-K?
Donald Kronos.
Yeah. Dak is his the short his screen. Yes.
Right, okay.
I can't stand talking to that guy.
So he talked for about 5 minutes, and I listened to what he had to say, and then I tried to respond, and I made 2 sentences, and then he interrupted me, and then I also started to interrupt him. But at the end, I couldn't stand it anymore, and I said, "Hey, can I finish, please?" And I said it about 3 or 4 times, and he kept going. So basically, he is the only one which is talking, and there is just an audience around him which is listening, and that is not having a dialogue. And then I just stepped out. I said, "Hey, that is a monologue," and I think the conversation has to go both ways. And my interlocutor, he needs to listen to what I have to say too, and that's not what he was doing. So,
but I want to differentiate. I want to say that having a good interlocutor and being a good debater are 2 different things for me, right? That you could be a great debater and be a horrible interlocutor, right? But do you really feel like we're disagreeing? It seems like we're just talking past each other. If you disagree with me that he's not a good debater, then I think all I mean by that, Otangelo, is that he can easily make you look like a fool. And it's hard to engage with him in terms of looking like you know what you're talking about and responding. And his questions are sharp. They're sharp questions because he asks basically Cartesian skeptic questions, like how can you trust your sense perception? How can you rely on logic? These are difficult questions, right? They're it's easily to give a bad answer. It's very easy to give a bad answer. I think that's all I'm saying, right? I don't think I'm not giving that much credit to Darth as one would think. I'm just saying that you have to be very careful. If I were to ever debate, I have debated Darth just very, very briefly. And I have to be very careful about what I'm saying. If I make any mistake in what I say, he'll pick on it very fast. I think he knows how to do that very well, and I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, I mean the final question is, what is our goal? And my goal is always to be someone that God is using to lead people to Christ. That is my end goal. And
that's not Darth's. Do you know what Darth said in terms of his goal? It's literally to shut the mouth of the atheist. He will say that. It's not. Greg Bonson and Van Til were not about convincing and bringing people into the fold. It was about shutting the mouth of the atheist. I think that was like a literal quote. Right.
Maybe I'm expressing myself wrongly now. My business is not to try to convert atheists, because the conversion process requires that someone is actually willing to be convinced and actually is a true seeker and wants to know the truth. And if that is our goal, then we can easily become frustrated, because it is rare to find an interlocutor which is honest and really open-minded and can be convinced. It's very difficult. We deal mostly.
Yeah, I think it's difficult. Yeah.
We deal mostly with people which have already made up their mind. They are close-minded, and you can bring to them whatever argument you want, and they will not accept it, because that's not what they want. They do not want to find Christ. What they want is to have an argument in order to feel powerful and that they won an argument. That's what most of the atheists want. Of course, we also want to have better arguments and than they have, and I think the better arguments, they are on our sides. But if my expectation is to convince an atheist, then I will be frustrated. I'm God direct. I want to do what God has commanded us to do, and what atheists do with what we tell them, that's up to their business.
Well,
what do you think, LTP, about Darth? What do you think? What's your view on Darth?
I can only take Darth in about 10 to 15-minute intervals. And,
have you talked to him before?
I've not talked. I've watched quite a few of his debates. I haven't personally interacted with him. I guess one of my big problems with him is if you don't agree with his position on basically everything, then you are now mortal enemy.
Yeah,
and it's like, look, man. And I'm speaking again. This is from a Christian perspective. Like, yeah, dude. So, theoretically, anyway, from a essential doctrine perspective, I think we agree on quite a few things. So why are you treating people who don't agree with you on every aspect of philosophy and logic and Cartesian skepticism and all those different things? Like, if you don't agree on all those different factors, then you're going to treat that individual as a enemy versus somebody you should be trying to help educate if you think they're just uninformed. But simultaneously not. I think this is a big problem that happens in a lot of his debates with folks. You can tell in quite a few of the debates he's had, his opponent has very little. They're not comprehending the words that are coming out of his mouth.
Right.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
They don't understand when he's making these high level arguments. Like, there's been many times where I've been watching chat and people have been like, Darth doesn't know what he's talking about. He's stupid. And I'm sitting there listening to it. I'm like, no, he actually outlined a pretty substantive. The questions are pretty they're multi-leveled usually, and have decent amount of substance. And he's asking penetrating questions. There's no doubt about that. And the response that's given by not all, but a significant portion of his opponents, you can tell it's going over their head, or they've only picked up on part 1A, right? So the statement the question he's asked is like part 1, 2, or part 1 A, B, C, and then subsection 2 A, B, C, right? And they only picked up on subsection 1.A. Right, that's all they got. And
we have new people in the stream. I haven't said hi, so I want to say hi to Sal. Sal hasn't said anything.
Yeah, actually, why don't we table this little discussion about Darth for a minute? We got a whole bunch of people. We got Sal, we got Six Sid, we've got Emery, we've got Bob, and Jamie have all joined. Sal was first. Salvador, welcome to the stream. How you doing? The real question we must all ask is, did you take a nap? Are you feeling regenerated? And how is your cognitive capacity at midnight? Are you back in the game, and have you jacked up your sleep schedule?
I'm back in the game. I could go till 6 a.m. That's just my circadian rhythm now, because I'm having to take care of Mom. She has a different circadian rhythm than most people, but I'm all ready. And I wanted to ask Danny if he'd be willing to come up on my show. I wanted to talk about mathematical Platonism, which actually relates to information theory in the nature of the abstract world, because it's assumed in mathematics there's kind of a third realm that is decoupled from the physical. Mm-hmm. I'm not doing justice. That's why I wanted to talk about it, because we can actually understand the notion of information better, because I was hearing some people throwing around terms about information, calling it supernatural. I'm like, well, that's not quite the way that maybe to formally look at it. And
did you see the Phil of Math videos? One of the Phil of Math videos? Is that why you brought it up? Because I don't remember mentioning Platonism.
No, because I've been hearing all this discussion about information theory and trying to apply it to biology, and I'm just hearing all these terms. I'm just like, this is I think it needs to be discussed in the terms a little bit and concepts clarified.
Well, you know, I have a video on it on my channel that I dedicate about maybe 30 to 40 minutes on Platonism.
Well,
But we should talk about it on your channel.
Well, if you'd like to share what you did on your video, that would actually help me and my viewers, and then I could ask you questions. Would that be something
whatever you want to do? Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I also pulled out my old communication coding information theory book, and it's really amazing what was given to engineers. They don't define information. They don't define coding. I said, yeah, that's just typical of an engineer. It's like, yeah, just make it work. You know, we're not going to we're not going to be very anal about what definitions are. If you can make the device work, that's what counts. And I was just kind of struck by that because I was reading this entire thick book on communication and information theory, and there's no definition there of what information is, no definition on the concepts of coding. And I'm just like, yeah, that's so typical of what happens when you go to engineering school. That, you know, they're not particularly meticulous or persnickety about definitions, and it motivated me to go and try to find some definitions because those are kind of a little bit more central to the ID argument. So that my talk with you will be a basis for something on Shannon entropy, Shannon information, thermodynamics, and intelligent design, because Leo Filius actually may have said something that kind of, like, I don't think that's right. He was saying Shannon's theory was about reducing Shannon entropy. I'm like, no, that's not right. In communication theory, you actually want to increase Shannon entropy. So a disk drive that has, say, 1 megabyte, it has 1 megabyte of Shannon entropy. You want a disk drive with 1 gigabyte of Shannon entropy. And I just wanted to set some of these misconceptions straight. And Leophilius insists he never said that. So I apologize if you never said that, but that's how I heard it. So
this is a book that if you want to, on your channel, since it's educational and I'm all about that, we could do this book reading. It's called God Overall, Divine Aseity and the Challenge of Platonism. So I know my younger creationist friends don't like William Lane Craig. I understand that. Yeah. Okay. But this has nothing to do with science, right?
I'll contact you on email. I think people, Logical Probable, wanted to talk a little bit more about CG and CG abundance and transcription factors. And I have a couple slides I got ready I wanted to share. And I see a graduate student in biology is here, which is thrilling. Anne-Marie, greetings.
Hey, Sal, how are we doing?
Nice to see you.
And everybody, Tangela had to take off. Thanks for joining us as always, Tangela. Get some sleep, and look forward to some more discussions here in the next couple of days.
Yes, and Tangelo and I will be having another show at 5 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on his channel. So this is the complexity. Somewhere in here is where some of the importance of those CG islands and transcription factors takes place. This is the machinery that has to open all this up. So this would be worth studying at some point. It's been a long time since I've actually looked at this. I will tell you, when I argue with evolutionists and they talk about universal common ancestry, I'll say, okay, so you're saying that a prokaryote and eukaryote share a common ancestor. How did nucleosomes and chromatin come to be? What are the intermediate stages? Because you'll be dealing with systems like this. If you get one part wrong, it's dead. That debate usually lasts about 30 seconds. So that's what I wanted to share.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, the lecture I was watching earlier on that whole deal, and they were talking. They were giving different examples of, if this protein that is part of not just a main one, like a subcomponent of the complex that handles the tagging and the methylation, demethylation, et cetera, in these process in relation to the CG zones, and then how that relates to the transcription factor binding and transcription process issues, all this kind of stuff. And they were like, oh yeah, and then started listing off all the diseases. were directly correlated with any like minor breakdown in the multitude of components that were required for the complex, which actually ultimately initiates all of these different processes that we're talking about now. Like just one little subcomponent has a problem, and you have massive cascade failure basically, and all sorts of deadly diseases kick in. And I'm just like, in my opinion, the only thing that we're discovering, and I'm talking from like a big picture perspective, the only thing we're truly discovering is that the interdependence of the parts is becoming more and more apparent. And one of the things I touched about on the beginning of my rant earlier of this stream was I kind of briefly touched on the different portions of the genome that are cell type specific, how sequences are being variably expressed based on cell type. That's a mind bender in and of itself. But then beyond that, and this is one of my, I know they're starting to get some evidence towards this, but my personal prediction, and if this has already been predicted, so be it, but I haven't come across it, so I'm making this own conclusion myself without pre-existing knowledge. I'm going to conclude that a gigantic portion of the genome that we think has no function has a massive amount of expression during embryo development. And I will be stunned if that is not something that we continue to find evidence for. And I know that they have come across a few minor examples of that in like mice they've tested in embryo development. And they're like, oh, if this portion gets knocked out, then the whole mouse doesn't develop. Or, oh, we have a portion of this gets knocked out, then it completely messes up the body plan. Or, but it's things that they thought that were not functional. And now they're realizing, oh, wait, with technology advancements and the ability to actually observe things in vivo at a much higher level, they're learning, oh, wait, these things actually do have function. So I wonder, and where I'm going with all this is in relation to some of the histone application and silencing of different portions of the genome and basically compression and zipping of the data. I honestly wonder what percentage of that DNA that we are quote unquote observing, right? That, oh, it's just dead, has no function. It looks like it's, in mothballs. I'm honestly wondering, and I'm predicting that a big portion of that quote unquote mothballs portion of the genome actually was extremely active in the initial development of the life form, and then does get put into mothballs because it's not needed anymore. But it is essential in the in certain facets of development, in addition to there being additional portions of the genome that are only activated in hyper-specific scenarios. It's redundancies. There's a variety of different use cases for them, but they just, in day-to-day life, you don't need them. They're fallback positions. And I predict we will continue to find more and more of that as things express. Would you agree? Emery, I'd love your opinion on that. And Sal, what do you guys think about that supposition there?
I think there could be a lot that is more involved in redundancy. And unlike some creationists, I actually think we've lost a lot of, there could be a lot of junk out there because we've lost so much. We used to live almost 1,000 years, and we probably had photographic memory. And there's probably a lot of stuff that has been disabled that used to be very, very capable. It is true that there are some things that are expressed at the embryonic level, like say it only happens for 3 hours and then it's never expressed again. And I expect you're right there, but I do think there's a lot of contingency stuff that deals with self-healing. So a lot of these experiments where they do a knockout, they never put the organism under stress. So right. Like, let's say the organism is able to multiply. It's like, oh, it's fit. And that's another problem with evolutionary fitness definitions. It's like, oh, if it just maintains its reproduction rate, it's fit. They don't consider other factors, like say you put them in an adverse environment where they may be under duress. Those things like junk DNA may assert itself. Now, one thing that I'll point out in the ENCODE 2015 planning conference, they invited someone named Brenda Andrews, and she had done a lot of knockout experiments on yeast. She said we could knock out one gene and the fitness wasn't changed. It's when you went to the double knockout that it started to express, or the triple knockout. She had these robots, these robotic knockout systems, that just an incredible experiment where she went through the thousands of genes and just knocked them out one at a time. And she was surprised how tolerant the system was. But then when you knocked them out in pairs, that's where the problem really came. So there's a lot of stuff where we don't have sophisticated enough tools to evaluate its functionality. It's just like taking a spare tire and throwing it out. It's like, oh, the car still runs fine. And under certain duress situations, it ends up being pretty important. So,
well, in line with that, something I was thinking about the other day was in context of the your socket set, right? It's like, let's say the nut that you have and the bolt that you have to loosen and change out on a regular basis is the 8mm, right? You've got an entire socket set, right, of all of these different sizes, but the only one you're using on a regular basis is the 8mm. So you toss all the other ones, or the majority of them. You keep 4 or 5 of them, and then you come across you need the 1/2 inch, right? And you're like, dang it! I know I used to have one of those, and it doesn't work. Or you need the extension because you're trying to get into a tight space, and it's deep, and you broke the extender for your lug wrench, right? And now you can't reach it. You've got the right nut or the right lug, right? You don't have the extension, and your ratchet works. You don't have the right extender to be able to reach into the crevice to be able to tighten or loosen this other this 10mm bolt or whatever. My point is that I feel like that kind of in line with your point on the knockout experiments, but taking that a step further in relation to from the whole evolutionary process argument, right? It's like, oh, we have a similar. I was watching some stuff on phylogeny calculations, some lectures from NIH actually on the topic, and we're talking about the sequencing and all that stuff, not just from a species heredity, but from their incomplete lineage sorting and such. And I was like, this is kind of like arguing that because organism A has the 10mm version and organism B has the 8mm version, that somehow A came from B or vice versa. And it's like, no, you have a specific. It's just like saying that this protein has a lot of similarities in the sequence, but it has a very hyperspecific function that is variable. It's similar, but variable from this other one. Nobody would ever argue that the 8mm and the 10mm were not hyperspecific and created on purpose for a very specific scenario.
I wanted to just complete a thought. The reason that they invited Brenda Andrews to that talk is ENCODE was very obviously interested in determining what the function of the genome is. And Brenda Andrews kind of gave some sobering news. It's like, it's going to be a lot harder than you think because of that redundancy, you may not know the purpose of something because you can knock it out and the organism will look fine. You won't realize it's because of that redundancy that there's so many multi-use parts that can kind of jump in and do the task if something else fails. It may be she was trying to argue it's going to be a lot more challenging to identify what something actually does. And a lot of the people there kind of were very sympathetic to the idea it's there for a reason. When I talked to people at the NIH and I said, do we know what that does? He said, no, I don't know, but it's there for a reason. That's the attitude, and that's the correct attitude to have. So that's why I pointed out Brenda Andrews' experiment. So when I heard Erica saying, oh, we knocked this out and the organism was fine, I said, that's a terrible metric. That's a terrible metric for establishing function. It could be there for a reason. And for example, we find polyploidy in plants. It's these extra copies can be useful in certain contexts. So anyway, there are other people here. I wanted to acknowledge my fellow grad school friend, Emery Moyna. And there was some discussion in the chat about endosymbiotic theory. He and I had a series, had a journal club discussion where we talked about problems with endosymbiotic theory and the things it actually doesn't explain about eukaryotic evolution. And I also had a biochemist, a professional biochemist, professor of chemistry, Dr. James Carter. We also talked about why endosymbiotic theory fails. So
we might be able to resume that series at some point, Sal, because this semester, other than biostats, this semester I basically have no assignments. It's just reading and discussion groups. So I actually might have a little more free time than I thought I was going to have. So we may be able to get some extra videos in somewhere or other.
Hang on a second. So are you telling me that part of your graduate education is a bunch of discussion groups?
Unfortunately, yes, I could do without them.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I love that.
So are you saying that you're having a very high level book club for a semester?
I would say it's a mid-level book club, actually. To be perfectly honest. Okay, so discussion groups, 2 of the class, 1 to, okay, so biostats is actually like going to have a lot of work attached to it. I put several hours into it tonight before I came to have a chat. But sexual selection, which is one of the other classes I'm taking, all they're requiring us to do is participate in discussion groups. Now, they want you to be very active in the discussion group. They want you to post every day. But they're not asking for much more than that and a paper that you turn in at the end of the semester. And the other class I'm taking, it's the same deal, except you have to actually do the discussion groups live. So you have to actually get with your classmates and have a discussion over Zoom and do that. So, but yeah, no, and there's also a major project that goes with the class. But yeah, so there's not, there's no tests in those latter 2 classes. It's just papers and discussions. And frankly, I feel cheated.
You know, do they know that you're...
Danny, one second. So, Leo, you continue to prove the fact that you take everything hyper literally and have zero capacity to understand jest, sarcasm, and humor. Like, if you didn't pick up on the fact that I was giving Emery a hard time and joking about, because in the past we've had conversations and joked about how much work he's been under, how much stress he's had. Last time he was on, I was giving him a hard time about like, oh, so now you're going to come back and join us, that kind of thing. And then he talks about having discussion groups. I was giving him a hard time. Leo, you really, really need to work on that portion of your like conversational ability, comprehension of like social interaction, because you have a serious problem with that. It happens on a regular basis. You really need to work on that like, hyper literal interpretation of everything.
Leo, I don't mean to pile on here, but John's given me shtick about this before. This is nothing new. Like I get this every time I show up on this stream. So getting shtick about the graduate school is nothing new. I just expect that every time I come here, John's going to give me shtick. So, is what it is.
Emery, do your well, I guess I don't know, your peers know that you're a young creationist, or is it like
no? Because Emery's not my real name. I operate under a pseudonym specifically because of graduate school. Now, if someone were to ask me specifically and go out and say, are you a young? Well, obviously I'm going to tell them the truth.
Oh, so you haven't told them or anything?
No, it just hasn't come up.
Okay, but you would tell them.
I mean, if someone straight asked me, I'm not going to lie to them. But, I mean, it's not something I want to make generally known. I mean, I can point to just a couple of creationists who have PhDs who really, really had difficult times getting their PhD because it was publicly known that they were creationists, or even in
that's horrible.
Marcus Ross.
I feel like that's so scandalous. If like that would be so cool to be like a younger creationist, like not necessarily. I know you're a proud one, but like it's just like there are certain things in philosophy that like you see. That's the one thing I like about the discipline. You can be anything and you won't be ostracized with respect to like philosophical views. Mm-hmm. Maybe some political views will get you in trouble, but otherwise, from like all the political stuff, like you can be a panpsychist, which is like the view that, you know, like everything has a mind or everything is meant, you know, like, or think that there are no minds, right? And it doesn't matter, and people will take you seriously. But part of what I like about that is that you can just get away with holding to any kind of view. I mean, but in science, it seems like it's a lot more boring, because like if you can't be scandalous in that way, right? Like it would be, if I were in your program and I found out you were a Earth creationist, I would think that was so cool, right? I would be like, wow. Like I'd be like, wow. Like I thought I wouldn't even make fun. I wouldn't make fun of you. I would want to talk to you, maybe.
You see, Danny, unfortunately, your opinion on this is very much a minority view. And by the way, I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. And I believe me, I wish there were more people like you in my program. But I mean, like I took an actual evolution class, which I did very well in a couple semesters ago. And it was during one of our discussion boards, I brought up I don't remember exactly what it was, but I didn't say anything about God, creation, anything like that. All I did was raise the question of whether or not we can make human behavior comparable to chimpanzee behavior. That was part of the discussion board. There's a lot of context that goes with that. But basically, all I did was say, well, maybe humans do some things that are different than chimps. So maybe we need to consider whether this is an accurate comparison or not. And I had one guy that absolutely came after me. And keep in mind, I didn't mention God. I didn't mention creation. I didn't mention 6,000 years. I mentioned none of those things.
You challenged the dogma. That's what you did.
Exactly. I didn't even kick it that hard. I just poked around the edges. And I had a guy that was just furious with me. And now, fortunately, the teacher stepped in and said, "Look, you need to chill." He didn't say anything.
Really? It was that bad?
Oh no! He stepped in and told the other guy, "Look, you need to chill." He didn't say anything. It was ridiculous. He just asked a question.
I just don't. I personally, I just don't care if people. I mean, of course, I'm going to think people are wrong all the time. I just don't really care. Why? Why do I care? You know, if it affects someone negatively, then maybe I might care. But if someone's a younger creationist and they don't negatively impact, in the same way if someone's like an evolutionist, they don't negatively impact anyone, I just don't really care. There's like, I'm going to bring in Nietzsche for a second here. And I know this is what I'm about to say is not the Christian view, but I'll share it anyway because it's just Nietzsche is really interesting. Nietzsche was very critical, of course, of anything transcendental, right? So he was very critical, not only critical of God, but critical of like Kant and Plato. He hated them, right? Because they posited something other than like the material world, this life, as what he said, right? Mm-hmm. And then he was critical of scientists as well. Okay. All the new science that was coming out during the 1800s and or a little during the Enlightenment as well, like their God was the truth, right? And he was critical of people that would ruin their own lives or deny, as he would say, something like deny this life for the truth. Now, I know everyone loves truth here. I know that's very sexy and good and all that stuff, but the point is that like I take that position where like if everyone is just wrong around me, maybe if I engage with that, it's because for me it's more entertaining and fun, and I like to develop my ideas, and I like the banter and the drama and all of that. But I mean, why would I care if my classmate is young Earth creationist? Like why would I be triggered over that, right? And I mean, there are certain things that do bother me, certain views that do bother me, like naturalism really bothers me, right? But I would never push someone out of a program probably most of my peers in my graduate program are naturalists, right? So it doesn't bother me that they're a naturalist and that they're there studying with me and that they're there pushing their ideas. It bothers just the idea bothers me, right? And some people need to dissociate, right? But the idea, maybe the person holding the idea. But yeah, like Nietzsche was like, you people are obsessed with truth. You are just as bad as the people that were obsessed with this life afterward, right? The afterlife and all this other stuff, right? But I know that's most people probably don't share that view, but I don't know. Like that's my personal view.
And I can respect that you're trying to be consistent with your view. I mean, I obviously don't agree with you. I think the truth is something worth fighting for and worth putting some effort into. But at the same time, like, I am not going to, at least at a secular university, you know, I'm if it were reversed and creation was the dogma of the day, as it were, I'm not going to say, at least at a secular university. A Christian university is a different story because there are different codes that they operate under. But if we look at a secular university where it's just supposed to provide a neutral science-based education, I'm not going to say, well, you can't be here if you're X, Y, Z thing, because, you know, okay, I think you're wrong, but so long as you can complete the assignments and show that you've learned the material, I don't care. I don't agree with you on a personal level, and I wouldn't say that you're somebody I think is correct, but if you can show that you understand the material and you can explain what's going on in a class, that's really all I care about. And unfortunately, though, like, and I don't necessarily mean this across the board, but I think a lot of people who are committed evolutionists actually know there is a God and they actively hate him, and that's why they hate anybody who argues for him. And I'm not saying that that's the case across the board, but I think that there is at least some.
Yeah, there's a lot of anti-theists. There are obviously a lot of anti-theists. Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying with the truth stuff is that something, you know, it's really ironic that with some people, there's like, you know, you've heard of these people that, you know, I'm going to operate from your perspective just because I just want to be understood. I'm not really interested, but like you as a Christian probably have heard people that apostates that have left Christianity.
Oh yeah.
And then they're asked, why did you leave Christianity? And they say something like this: oh, because I actually looked into it and I realized that it was the rational thing to do and truth matters, right?
Mm-hmm. I've heard that.
What's really ironic about that is that people that pursue, I know this is, you're not going to accept this because I know that there are certain biblical verses that go against what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's ironic that people can pursue the truth or have this like desire to get to know the truth, and they get even deeper into falsehoods, right? So there's another thing there, is that just because you, on my view, that you try to look for the right view, right, whatever that may be, that itself won't get you the right view, right? So I don't know, like, that's why I'm not so obsessed with it. It could be that my the cases in which I wanted to find the truth led to a bunch of, you know, false beliefs, right? And in the same way that, I mean, I don't know, in the same way that if I pursued what was practical to believe, I might arrive at a lot of truth, you know? So like, it's just kind of weird how it works that way. I don't know if that makes any sense.
How do you know they weren't pursuing the truth and then found it and rejected it? And
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Hold to the truth anymore.
I understand that they're biblical texts that, like, if you know, there's like pursue, if you earnestly and non-resistantly seek God, you'll find him. I understand that you have that background. So when I'm saying it doesn't feel very good, and I'm not going to dispute your background beliefs there, but I'm just saying that that like I'm giving you my personal view as far as like why this aim for the truth is not something that I really hold very high. I don't know.
Right, and I mean, if you're going from a Nietzschean type philosophy where really pursuit of truth really doesn't matter, and I'm not. I'll be honest. Philosophy is way over my head mostly. So like I do fine with polyploidy, but give me philosophy and I'm like, oh, good grief, I don't know what to do with this. But from a Nietzschean perspective, I can understand that you don't necessarily even, I don't know, believe in truth. I don't know if that's too strong of a word, but
no, well, Nietzsche is so far gone. I mean, I don't support Nietzsche's philosophy. I was just using him to illustrate a point. Okay. Nietzsche is a relativist with respect to truth as well. In fact, he says stuff like "your truth," you know, but then he contradicts himself all the time. Nietzsche's philosophy is one of the most incoherent philosophies in the world, but there are little golden nuggets of like, oh, that's an interesting idea or line of reasoning, right? But it's not past that. There's nothing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, and I can understand that, sometimes people decide to follow the wrong trail and end up arriving at places where they're further away than when they started. And again, I'm not going to get too high and heavy into the philosophy on this because, again, that's way over my head. I'll stick to my science. But I can understand where you're coming from. I don't necessarily agree with you, but again, I can respect that you're at least trying to be somewhat consistent with your thought process. Which, not to be rude to a lot of atheists out there, but that's more than most of them.
Well, let me give you why.
Guys, hang on. And by the way, that's the only reason we let Danny in, because he's actually remotely sane. Sixid has been in for a minute. He hadn't been able to say anything, and as well as Jamie. So, Sixid, what's going on, my friend? How are you? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts and quick interjection into the conversation before we let Emery and Danny go back at it? Well,
Guess he's not there, huh?
You're still there. All right, Jamie, go ahead, man. And so, Jamie, first question I have for you is the Maddox for 2024. How many beers have you had tonight?
None. I found a nice app for doing that, so just been having fun with it.
Nice. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Oh, good. I was wondering if Danny was what he thinks about postmodernism.
Oh, it's garbage for the most part.
Okay, I thought so. So when you say the truth thing is kind of like a practical thing, or
well, like I wanted to give an example. My parents are Christians, right? And I think that they have a bunch of false beliefs, but I don't really care, right? I think that it makes them happy at the least. And if it's true that I'm just wrong, like it's like almost like a Pascal's thing, right? Pascal's wager, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to spend the effort to push them in a direction where I take to be true, right? I don't care. They're very happy as Christians. They're very devout Christians. And that's all I care about in terms of their health and the way they conduct themselves. I'm not interested in correcting what I take to be false. I'm not obsessed with that, right? And I think that that's what Nietzsche was trying to say, or if we're being charitable to Nietzsche, that it's something like, why do you care so much, fellow atheist, about the truth? You're just as bad as the theist, right? That cares only about the afterlife or God or the transcendental, right? Like drop it, right? Like it just serve yourself, serve what's life affirming, right? And I know that it sounds very subjective and all this stuff, but the thing is that what the place of that line of reasoning in my life is that I'm not motivated to convince my family that Christianity is false. In fact, if anything, I think they should believe that stuff.
Even though you ultimately think it's probably not true, right?
Right.
But it's practical. It's a practical thing as far as the thing goes. You want the truth in the matter, but you're not gonna like go out of your way to like ruin people's day or whatever.
Yeah, because there are people that really, let's just talk about practicality, right? Let's not talk about truth or falsity for a second. There are people who find tons of meaning in their religious belief and their false beliefs, not just religious belief. There's religious belief and false belief. I don't really care about astrology, but if someone really gets a lot of meaning out of that, why I'm not going to sit there and refute astrology, right? I don't care that it's false, and I care more about their state of mind in terms of how they're whether they're happy or they're living a good life, as they see it. And so my parents are devout Southern Baptist, right? And I am not interested. I'm not even interested in telling them I'm not a Christian, right? I'm not interested in. I will go to church with them. I will pray with them, and I will do everything to make my parents happy because I don't have a principle that truth matters above all.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think ultimately, obviously if Christianity is true, it makes sense why people would want to make that known to people if there's an eternal.
Yeah, I see that too.
Aspect, obviously. And I think that's about it.
No, that's it, right? Like the one thing I miss about being a Christian is I felt like what I was doing was contributing to some kind of cosmic consequence. Like if I convinced someone or if someone was led to Christ, that I made a permanent difference in the world, right? But given my more atheistic worldview, it doesn't matter after I die, right? And so it's just this life, you know, and it's depressing, right? There's a depressing part of it in the sense that, like, if I convince someone that Christianity is false, or if I convince someone that dualism is true, or if I convince someone out of Platonism or into Platonism, who cares? You know?
Well, Danny, I must say I admire your attempt to be consistent with your position, because I find that most of your internet atheist colleagues are much less consistent because they exemplify a very strong care about what I believe and why. And so your level of respect that you're getting from me is a lot higher than I will get from most of the mainstream YouTube atheists, because you're actually logically thinking through your position. And while I don't agree with you, I'm certainly never going to agree with you, but I can at least respect that you're trying to be consistent with what you believe. So bravo to that.
Well, I'm right there with, I mean, I learned a lot from Nietzsche despite his incoherent blunders in his writing. But like, I think people, for my fellow atheists, you should read Nietzsche, right? And see, you know, when he was talking about the death of God, you know who he was talking to? The atheist. He was talking to the atheist.
Exactly.
You know why he was talking to atheists? Because he says, you have no idea what it means for humanity at this time in this culture to kill God off. What do we hold on to now? Right? God was what we held on to in terms of our morality, our metaphysics, the meaning of life, you know, the transcendental. God was the epitome of the transcendental, and we let it go. So what do you think everything is fine now? Right? Like, you know, this is a big deal, guys, right? And don't be like them in the sense that don't hold on to a different God, the truth, right? That kind of thing.
I like what Peterson has to say about this, and Rabbi Zacharias kind of understood it if you pick up on it and some of the things he said. I think it's kind of embarrassing how people in the conservative Christian community have kind of totally misunderstood that. Maybe that's my misunderstanding, but yeah.
Well, I think it's about time for me to call it a night, because I do have to go to work in the morning. So thank you all very much for the discussion. Danny, thank you for being a very pleasant discussion. And John, thank you for letting me come on and giving me shtick about my grad school work. So,
of course. As you know, you're always welcome. Appreciate you joining us and having a good conversation.
Yeah, have a wonderful night, everyone. And Sal, hit me up on email. You can probably arrange something at some point. So have a wonderful night, everybody.
God bless you, Emery.
Well,
anyone that does not take care or provide for his household is worse than an unbeliever and is denied the faith.
Tell it how it is, Bob. Tell it how it is. Although I do get some entertainment out of Emery, if you're still listening, I'm gonna get one more joke in. Shoot me an email. We can probably work something out sometime. Man, that's a nebulous, non-committal statement there, Emery. Giving you grief, man. I know you're overwhelmed with that reading discussion group you're involved in. Stuff, man. Stuff. No, in all good. In all seriousness, Emery, appreciate you joining us, man, and keep up with your studying and the irony of ironies. The poor guy's having to hide in the closet of his worldview. It's sad. Well, Bob, how are you, man? How you been?
Oh, I'm good. You've got, I think it's you. You have like a lot of background noise. You like banging on something?
I haven't been banging on anything. What are y'all hearing?
Creaking. Rappers.
Oh, that was me.
No, I don't have any rappers. I'm laying in bed. I'm kind of intrigued. So, are you still hearing anything?
Yeah, creaking really bad. There you go. That's better. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
You seem to have a problem with the whole problem of evil. Is that correct? Is that
I do.
What do you make of the? I heard Plantinga talking about the most people aren't really even going that route because essentially like the free will theodicy, and the idea that it's defeated by the fact that it just has to be the possibility that God has morally sufficient reasons for allowing it. And if that's the case, then there's really no.
Yeah, this is a long conversation, but yes, I am aware of Plantinga's response. I think I can grant free will. I'm not a libertarian with respect to metaphysical libertarian. I'm a compatibilist, but even in the libertarian sense of free will, I think it's still a problem. Sorry. Did you say
Sorry,
something?
I predicted that with John. We were briefly talking about it. I wondered if you were a compatibilist. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I am a compatibilist, but I think I could grant metaphysical libertarianism and still think there's still a logical issue. But it's simply, I'm just claiming that, right? There's a big discussion to be had. I don't think it's a very easy discussion. I will say about this, and this is what I say to LPP, and this is what we were discussing. The last thing I told him was, I have to make sense of this idea of something being evil, yet having there being some sufficient reason for allowing it, right? The idea of a sufficient reason makes something, I think, something. It renders the situation as good. I think, like that's to say that if you have a reason, if God has a morally sufficient reason for allowing X, X should happen, right? But X was presumably evil, which is understood as it shouldn't happen, right? I think so. That's where I get lost, and that's where I think the problem arises, right? That when you know what you've heard of the term theodicy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are many. The free will theodicy is one theodicy. There's the skeptical theism theodicy, which is what you were kind of talking about, the morally sufficient reason stuff. There's other theodicies, soul building theodicy. The idea is that the second that you invoke a theodicy is you're providing a reason for why it should have happened. But that defeats the whole premise that the event was evil, right? If it should have happened. And I think that's my problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The ultimate end, kind of like it's some sort of utilitarian idea or something, or
right. It's contributing to God's ultimate goal. Then it should happen. So, in what sense would it be evil if we understand evil as it should have not happened?
God's ultimate goal is that people live forever and glorify Him.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of all those. I think it's a little. Can you not mix free will theodicy with skeptical? I mean, can they both? Are they mutually exclusive? I'm not sure.
No. I think you could offer. I think these are individual. I think a Calvinist could have offered the skeptical theistic route, right? Because they can't appeal to. I don't think they can appeal as well to the free will theodicy as like libertarians.
No, I don't see how they can at all.
Right, but they can appeal to skeptical theism.
Right.
So, and they can, I think they can appeal to soul building as well. I think, yeah. So the point is that you could try to build some cumulative case, right? Like here are a list of theodicies, and this is what leads me to believe that it's not a problem. But my problem is just within the notion of a theodicy makes it's a justification for it happening. And if there's a justification for it happening, then it's just not evil on my view.
I have maybe a potential answer to that. What if it's partly not just free will? So, I mean, in the sense, God's responsible for the creation and has foreknowledge, but we could still, in free will, we want to say, distance God from iniquity, and so we invoke that idea, and it seems self-evident to most people, I guess, that you have freedom to deliberate and choose your path. What if it's also partly that in Genesis it says he gives man dominion, so to speak, and so that kind of seems to fit that idea of him letting it be, and so maybe he's keeping his word in that sense in having to back off to some degree that's not easily understood because of him giving the earth to man, so to speak.
Do you think God's sovereignty is tied with his omnipotence?
I just understand sovereignty to be God's. He's in charge of it all. Nothing more than that, really.
Yeah, to say that you have control. What were you saying, Bob?
Sovereignty is just authority. That's what the word means. It means you're in charge.
Well, the point is that if I'm sovereign over something, I have control over it, right?
Yeah.
Is God so sovereign over what happens, everything that happens, or not?
No, I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't see anything in Scripture that tells me that he does. I mean, he may be able to make the choice to do that.
It's
Okay.
potential. It's potential. Calvinists would say he has divine meticulous control over all, even the famous quote of every, minute particle or whatever, dust particle or atom, if you want to say now. But that's not technically the definition, and I think the Calvinists acknowledge that, but they tend to see it that way because of their particular philosophy, which we all have our own philosophy for how we look at that. So,
well, let me try to address what you said directly, and maybe since you separate them, it's less of an issue, and I have to think through it again. But the point is that if God actualizes the world in the way that he wants it to be actualized, right? And there are things, if that's the case, that so every event that occurs, God brought into existence, sustains the event, ontologically speaking, then there's a sense in which God has control over all events, including the ones that we point at as evil. Okay. And so I guess one of the questions I have is, how do you reconcile that if God has control over this evil event, then that means it could have been otherwise. If he didn't have control over it, then there's some kind of necessity to that event, or that event will happen independent of God's sovereignty or control.
I think
there's a difference between being all powerful and enforcing your omnipotence.
Yeah.
So the classical understanding of omnipotence is something like being able to actualize any logical state of affairs, right? That's I think the best definition of omnipotence. So I think what happens is that if you're unable to make something true, which is another way of saying what I just said, I think that undermines your control. And you're saying that these are divorced from one another, but it's hard for me to see them as divorced.
I think you have to see the difference between
power. I think of as like wattage. Like, I may have enough force to lift a rock, but if I don't choose to lift the rock does not move. Yeah,
but that's not how it's understood by many. So I have to understand you now. I just have to understand you.
Well, again, I got confused by Calvinists for a while, and it made me realize that people say a lot of stupid things that aren't anywhere in the Bible, and I challenge those things. So I would ask you to show me if you have a problem with God's omnipotence and omnibenevolence and I would ask, let's go back and look at what the scriptures say about these aspects of God.
Look, I'm willing to grant anything that you think, right? Meaning that if you don't think God is omnipotent, there's no problem of evil. There wouldn't be a problem of evil, because the whole problem of evil is saying that God, the properties of being good and omnipotent and all-knowing don't mix.
Right.
Okay, so
I don't think that he's omniscient in the sense that he sees the future unless he chooses to.
Okay, so do you think God knew you were going to sin?
No, not necessarily. It depends on whether or not he decided to find out beforehand.
That's open theism, right?
Yeah, it seems like that's open theism, something like it. There are different brands of open theism. The most common brand
problems with that, but
I don't know.
I don't know what the problem is either, because God has, in a few instances in the Old Testament, seemed like there was something that he did not know until something happened.
Right. So I don't think there's a big problem of evil for you then. I think open theism solves a lot of issues there.
Yeah, I mean, God said that he heard a cry from Sodom and Gomorrah, whatever that means, and then told Abraham that he was going to go see if it was as bad as he had heard. What does that mean? If he's omniscient, how does that statement make sense?
Do you think God had to look for Adam and Eve in the garden when he's calling out for Adam, or do you think he was playing the role for their benefit or whatever?
It's a good question. I mean, I'm not sure. I would suspect he was actually physically walking in a body. I think that Jesus was the Lord that walked in the garden.
I think so too. But I think God knew where they were. I think he knew when he said, "Let us go down and see," or whatever, and at the Tower of Babel, and the example you gave. Classically, I think that's understood as a figure of speech or whatever you call it. It's not that he didn't know, because classically, theists have suggested that, even Calvinists or non-Calvinists, that God is completely he doesn't have to like process information, and his foreknowledge is like present. All his knowledge is present. It's not like he has a RAM issue or something. So I think I lost my train of thought, but yeah.
I think people have locked in these doctrines that they teach, and I don't know what their verses are that they back it up with.
Well, there's evidence
that God doesn't know what I'm going to do tomorrow unless he chooses to. I think there is something. You don't think that's unintuitive at the least?
No, I mean, I think there's something about God that he can. I mean, like, there are times where he says, "I'm going to go see if this is true," and then there are times where he says, "I declared this, 400 years ago, and now it will happen." Like, there's another question of, did he see into the future somehow to make that happen? Or is he just so amazingly intelligent that he manipulated everything to make sure that the thing that he said was going to happen did happen?
Well, I don't think you have to know. I don't think you have to know how he knows it.
I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, it's an interesting question, but my point is, if Scripture tells me plainly, then I'll buy it, and I don't see anything that says that he knows that you are going to sin 3 days from now by doing X.
Yeah, I'm not in the position. I'm not in the position to dispute anything like that, right? I'm just saying that if there, and I do have to think about there's like one thing I would ask is, there presumably God has a reason for choosing not to know something, right? So if God is aware that there's some action he could take such that he would know whether you would sin tomorrow, and if he chooses not to know that, he has a reason for that. If he doesn't have a reason for it, then it's just random.
There's a problem with that, though. Like, how would he know that to not know it? He'd have to know it to not know it, and then he'd have to block his own ability. That it just, I think where you having a problem is the idea that, like, God can foreknow every single event and then not be responsible for action.
No, what I mean is that God understands the possibility of me sinning tomorrow, and he can choose to know what will happen.
I think he knows everything that's going to happen.
Right, I'm talking about Bob's view, though. Right?
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
Bob has the view that God has a choice in the matter in terms of his knowledge, right? Bob, is that your view?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a possibility.
Oh, well, it's just. I'm just trying to understand what you mean by God not being omniscient.
Let me know if I can interject. I think I have a good question but I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, well, before you say that, Sunflower, I think, Danny, when you were asking that question, you're thinking from the wrong direction. Now, I understand that you could say that, well, God understands that there's a possibility that anybody could sin, at any given time, does that mean that he must meticulously look at every individual people constantly all the time? There's why did he make people and give them free will? What is the point of that if it's not free? I mean, maybe he made people because they would be entertaining.
Do you think omniscient undermines freedom?
I understand that it is a modal scope fallacy, but at the same time, there is an intuitive sense in which I don't get it.
Okay, I understand. I get the intuition. I mean, a lot of people have it. Like, if I know you're gonna eat breakfast tomorrow, and that's true, it seems like the future is closed, doesn't it? Like, it seems like that's what's gonna happen, and you're just sitting there like, what can I do about it, right? So no, I understand that. I think this is actually one of the reasons why open theist, there are open theists, right? Like that.
Well, here's the thing. I suspect that the doctrine of God's omniscience, and I can tell you sovereignty is definitely one of them, is Calvinism. I think they did that.
Well, I think Catholics think that God's omniscient as well, way before the Reformation, right? I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I'm quite certain
Calvinism came into the church very early, like 300 years.
way after the Catholic Church's formation. Calvinism is actually it's after the Reformation.
Wait, what? No, okay, sorry. No, that's incorrect. There's Calvin, right, and Arminius.
Arminius. Let me just look it up.
Okay.
During the Reformation, the Catholic Church.
16th century.
That's the Reformation. I'm pretty sure that was one of the arguments that the Catholic Church used to condemn the Protestant Reformation. At least part of it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
You're talking about Calvinism?
Yeah, Calvinism.
Calvinism originated with the teachings of John Calvin in the 16th century. The Reformation.
Well, you could say it was Augustine too.
When began preaching what would become the first form of the Reformed doctrine in Zurich in 1519.
Oh, I might just be wrong then, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. It's part of Calvin was like one of the big wigs after the Reformation. He's one of there are other like Luther and Calvin, and there were others that had basically divorced themselves from the Catholic Church, but had their own ideas in terms of what Christianity, biblical interpretation of what Christianity was, and that those formed the Protestants, right? But yeah, the point is that the Catholic, before even Calvin was born, hundreds of years before, right? A lot of this doctrine was kind of set by the Catholic Church, including omniscience and stuff like that. Like, think about people like.
I'd like to clarify that the Reformation was the realization that there was heresy in the largest known body.
It's not that simple, though. It's not just heresy. It was like stuff like indulgence. Yeah, indulgences were heretical, but there was a lot of corruption, right?
Righteous shall live by faith.
That's fair, but my point is that there was heresy, and that's what that was like the main driving force with them breaking off. And my point is that I think that we're still trying to filter out heresies that the Catholics allowed to creep into the church.
Which includes omniscience, on your view?
Possibly.
Well, I think that I think that the classical understanding of God, going back way before the Reformation, was that he was omniscient. Now, I don't even know what I'm pushing back against exactly, but
that's right.
Yeah, I just don't think it's all. I think I know what I'm pushing back against. It's not all poor John Calvin's fault, okay? Like, like it's not just his fault. There's some blame to be shared if you think omniscience is a problem. Doctrinally or biblically, it's not just Calvin.
That's fair. I mean, I don't. Okay, maybe I made a bold claim. I just really hate Calvinism.
Yeah, I see that, and I understand. If I were a Christian, I would try to get away from it as well. My brother's a Calvinist, and I'm trying. I gave him a book, hoping that he'd get away from it. But yeah, there's a book called I think the Four Views of Divine Providence. And it has all the four views of foreknowledge and free will. And I was hoping you'd read that.
Yeah, I think the thing is that there's something we only know about God what he told us about himself. And people extrapolate because they love him and they want to praise him and say about how awesome he is. And I think they go a little bit further than what scripture actually tells us. And I think it's okay until we get into conversations where people see the logical implications of the silly things that they say that aren't in scripture. Like you.
No, I like the independent thinking for sure. That's refreshing.
Well, this kind of coincides with what I was talking about earlier in relation to the who designed the designer piece. Like there is I get the whole necessity and potential necessity for the uncaused cause and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is, whether it be uncaused cause, omniscience, omnipresence, omnibenevolence, except any omnis, like we actually don't have the functional capacity to actually understand what the heck that means anyway. So some of the level of argumentation that happens on those concepts to me is oftentimes a waste of time when we attempt to quantify both quantify and qualify what the heck that means, right? It's like, so I don't actually have the ability to truly comprehend what the hell you're talking about, but we're going to argue about whether or not you have greater understanding of what neither one of us has the actual capacity to understand. Right. And then we wonder why there's so many ongoing controversies, disagreements, and things that result in, dramatic separations of thought and understanding. It's like, folks, we're arguing over something we don't have the ability to truly understand. So might be taking things to the extreme sometimes.
Yeah, I felt that way before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a level at which that's one of the things. Like, if your problem is that, based off of my understanding of your problems, if those are your problems, I think that you could just, loosen up on a couple of those aspects that you think are problematic, and then you're good. Because I don't see in scripture where it says that he knows that you will sin tomorrow at 3 p.m. unless he sent a prophet to tell you. Huh?
I mean, I think it's coherent for me to accept a God that can fail, that doesn't know everything. Like, that's coherent. Like, that's a coherent, but it's just, let's say that kind of God exists. It's going to be, it will take some conditioning for me to accept it, because I was raised with the idea that God knows everything, that God doesn't fail, that he's all good, right? That all these, so it could be, now if such a God, like the God that—
That's hyperbole.
Well, sure. That's the problem, though, is that I have such a strong, I have that kind of concept of God. And if it's the case that there's a notion of God that's a lot, I don't want to say weaker, but not that, it's going to take me a little bit longer to accept that. I don't know. So I think that but that's just a psychological point, right?
I'm not sure what's the problem here with the God knowing everything. I'm not sure I'm clear on that. Like,
why doesn't he stop all sin? Or why doesn't he stop the really atrocious sins? Why? That's kind of like the thing.
Well, one of the ideas is that he didn't know it was going to happen, so he couldn't stop it.
Yeah, there's that famous verse that says, sacrificing the kids, I think that's what it is. He said, it didn't even come to mind. I think those statements are hyperbole. if you will, or figures of speech. Like, it's so bad I didn't even think of it. Like, it's something I wouldn't even come up with kind of claim. Not so much that he wouldn't have known it. I think there's problems with thinking God doesn't have perfect knowledge of all true facts. And I'm a Molinist, and so I tend to think there's middle knowledge too, but in that whole jazz. But I'm not sure. I guess it's just
that's the problem.
Can I just chime in?
I think Molinism is another way out of, because then you could say, well, this is the best possible way that it could have been, given all possibilities. And God worked everything to be the best possible way that it could be, and there's still sin involved because of free will. I think that's kind of the way that Molinism makes sense of everything.
Not exactly. Molinism, on any view really, every possible world, if God exists, every possible world has to be equally as good. Because if there was any world that was inferior, God wouldn't actualize an inferior world, so it's not possible that an inferior world is actualized.
No, I mean, okay, maybe I misunderstand, but I don't think Molinism is multiverse.
No, Molinism is just the idea that God has middle knowledge of our actions, and so that's basically it, right? So the idea is that the way that God comes to know your actions is logically after the action, right? It's or prior to the action.
It doesn't have to be temporal like that. I think it just means if then. He knows all potentially, what would be if something.
Right, that's logically prior. That's what I mean by logically prior.
Okay,
right. That is not temporally prior. It's logically prior.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
So the idea is that God's middle knowledge comes logically after your action. So he knows all the worlds in which you would do all these sorts of things, and the way he comes to know that is somehow logically determined by the action in that world, not the reverse, where he determines the action, and that's the way that he comes to know that you will do that. That's all Molinism is, basically.
Oh, well,
there's scripture for that too. There's some famous stories in the Bible, like where he tells David if he goes here, then Saul's going to kill him, but then he doesn't go there. So God said something that would have happened if he had done certain things, which don't ever happen.
Yeah, I mean, but I see that's the thing is we take that simple verse where he knows enough about a situation. I mean, does he have to know every single person's heart in that kingdom to know, or actually?
Yeah, to judge, right? He has to judge everybody, 100% right, or doesn't he? And so, we know people really well, and we can predict what they do. I just think of God as better at that, only to the extreme,
Well, I mean, being able to judge a man's heart is not the same as being able to judge whether or not a man will do something 5 days from now.
Right. I'm just using it as an example.
All right. Hang on, guys. We've got a new addition to the stream, Seeking the Narrow Way. How are you doing the stream? I think, is this the first time you've been on one of my streams, I think?
Yes, it is.
How are you doing? What do you bring to the evening? What's been striking you? What caused you to join?
Well, this conversation about God being omniscient, I understand what people are saying about him. Why doesn't he stop the really terrible sin? But personally, I kind of have no problem with God knowing everything, and his character is pretty much allowing us our free will, as someone earlier had said. But this whole idea of by allowing it, I don't know if you guys are saying by allowing it, if he did know the sin that people were going to commit and he did not stop it, would you think that would make him wrong?
Well, it would mean he would allow evil.
I don't.
But by allowing evil, do you think that means he's wrong?
I don't know. I'm not going to call God wrong, but so but I'll say I have a problem with the situation in which you see a helpless baby laying in the street and a truck is about to run them over, and you say, well, that's not my fault.
Well, I guess I wouldn't see God as saying, well, that's not my fault. More so that when he handed the world over to man to go against that and to start being like a dictator, that would affect his character. So by allowing us to do what we want, he's staying true to who he is. And that's as much a part of who he is as his powers, in my opinion.
Amen.
I think I agree with a lot of that.
So that was pretty much all I kind of wanted to come on and say. I understand the confusion here, but I really do think the Bible does teach that he knows the future. I mean, one of the signs of a prophet is that they speak something that comes to pass, like they speak what's going to happen in the future. And even a sign of a false prophet, someone who speaks the future and then leads people astray, even that's attributed to God testing people. So anytime the truth is spoken that comes from God, he is the only one that knows the truth. Or I'm sorry, I'm saying truth, the future.
Well, see, that's another question
right. I
that
think
I have. Huh? Okay, so that's another question that I have is, does God know the future, or does he say something and then make it happen?
Honestly, everything that I've read in the Bible is he knows the future. He
I think
doesn't.
that makes him more powerful right there, is if he can
Yeah.
know the future and not force it. He works to make things work out for the good, and by having all knowledge of that, he can do that. And I think if he forced it, it would be a problem. But I know Calvinists disagree with that, but I think that's right. I think he has to have, there's reasons why I think we have to affirm he has all knowledge. Like she said, like that's right.
No, Calvinists would agree with you. Like, Calvinists look at God as somebody who plays chess and he's playing both sides. And I tend to look at God as playing chess and he never fails and he just always wins.
Okay, can I ask a question or no?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, my question is, what if it simply is the case that the greatest well-being or the greatest overall amount of good comes from the agents that know they can, not only know they can commit evil, but know that they will at times have impulses to do so. But the greatest good comes from these agents refraining from the evil they feel impulses to do. In order for that, if that was the case, then in order to maximize well-being or good in a world, you would have to have agents that have free will. Because if they were not convinced that they didn't have free will, then they wouldn't have the sense of well-being that comes from an agent that not only feels as though they can commit evil, but has impulses to do so. So what if that's just simply and you know, I think this is actually supported just by anyone's common experience of guilt, right? If someone feels really angry, like absolutely just filled with rage, like the most angry they've ever been, and all they want to do is like punch the person in front of them in the face, and they refrain from it, or let's say in this case they do it, that's obviously going to make them feel differently, opposed to if they tripped and fell, or if someone knocked them over and they fell into someone else and caused them an equal injury, right? In the former case, they realized, oh, I could have not done that. In the latter case, they realized, well, it was unfortunate that my body fell into this person and caused them harm, but I don't feel guilt in the sense that I chose to do it. So if the greatest sense possible comes from an agent refraining from an evil impulse, then it would make sense for God to create a world in which he maximized the amount of agents that had free will. I don't see why that's a problem necessarily.
I think that's right. The kind of the flow of the plan of salvation to me seems to be that kind of the change from the old covenant to the new covenant, and the idea of what God's trying to do, and wanting a change of heart, so to speak. Not by the letter, but by the Spirit. That seems to be kind of a progression in changing man to be fit, for the eternal.
Right,
state.
exactly. And I mean, if you could imagine, I mean, I'm taking, I guess, some presuppositions here from just my own experience, but like the most at peace people, I guess at peace is a bit of maybe not a great word here, but like everyone knows guilt and stress are sort of like the silent killers. Imagine an eternity of the most guilty the most guilty state you've ever been in, right? That sounds a lot like hell to me, because ultimately we know we can control our actions. Now, yeah, if my body, if someone trips into me and I fall into someone else and I cause that person a great injury, I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to say, next time I'll try to be hyper aware of my surroundings so that I can evade, so that I won't even let my body, fall into someone else. That's fine. You can feel bad. You can feel but you're never going to feel the level of guilt that you feel when you just succumb to your own rage, bodily urges. So I just see it as the greatest amount of good in the world is a world in which people feel overwhelmed with a sense to commit evil, and they refrain from doing so out of a sense of alignment with God, as I see it. That's the greatest sense of good. So God gave people that ability in order to allow for the greatest sense of well-being, the greatest sense of good. But the thing is, here's the sort of ending to this. If humans ever were, or if these agents ever were able to sort of retrace their footsteps or look at their source code and sort of figure out, oh, this is why I do this, then that actually destroys the whole system. They would never be able to feel guilt anymore at that point. That's sort of like what I see as like a singularity of sorts. Like if they actually did just decode their behavior in some kind of deterministic way, and they were convinced of it, well, then there goes the whole notion of being able to, feel well-being in the wake of refraining from an evil impulse. So that's why I think it's so brilliant that God said, no. Yeah, you can keep looking, but trust me, I did think with quantum particles, you're never going to be able to actually perfectly predict your own behavior. You're just going to have to trust me and do the right thing. And this is, this seems to be the case as the farther we dive into quantum physics. There's no perfect determinism of the course of actions. And I think that's because if there was, and then they would just eventually be a singularity and people would figure out their own code.
Do you think that your decisions are influenced by quantum fields and science?
Do I think my decisions are influenced by quantum?
Yeah, that they are understood in terms of those things.
There's an aspect to decision-making and behavior that is, as far as we can describe it, quantum. Absolutely 100%, in my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, I don't accept that.
Well, I mean, I think that my thought experiment on this is, if determinism is true and there is no quantum aspect, then you should be able to just tell someone what they're going to do in the next few
But that doesn't follow. You could be an indeterminist and not think that your decisions are quantumly understood.
How else would they be? If it's not deterministic, then what else would account for them if not quantum?
Sorry, if it's not, yeah. So the idea is that that's not a true dichotomy between determinism and like quantum.
Well, just in terms of like the current, I'm giving a little bit of like leeway here to even the scientists, right? As in like there's a mechanism we already kind of understand that even allows for like undetermined processes.
You're talking to a dualist, though. I'm a dualist about human beings.
Oh, okay, then yeah, okay. Let's put it this way: it wouldn't have to be quantum. It doesn't have to be quantum, but I'm basically.
You just mean like indeterminism or something.
I'm landing on the quantum thing because it doesn't even invoke the supernatural if I'm going from a strictly, naturalist perspective, right? Like,
okay, so you're trying to like make it to where many parties would accept what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be like a suspension. It doesn't have to be like I don't believe in the supernatural, so I'm just going to operate with what science has done so far.
I understand what you're saying. You don't have to explain yourself. Yeah, I get it.
Right.
That's kind of a dualist question,
in your view, Danny?
Sorry, what?
Well, what's a dualist in your view?
Basically, human beings are made of two kinds of properties, physical and mental.
Okay. Sorry, Jamie, I talked over you.
Well, there's a sense where, if you're a dualist, it's kind of like there's another layer that's explaining the conscious aspect. And so if that's the case, does quantum indeterminacy have anything to say about, do you have to be a physicalist to say that somehow everything that happens in the world, including what you decide and what influences you, can be related to I don't know, whatever you call it, the fact that you can't predict particles or whatever on the quantum level. There's no way to determine where they are or whatever. Is that?
Yeah, I think physicalists can accept randomness or brute contingencies. That's another way of saying random.
Well, maybe that's where the interaction happens between.
But by definition, okay, you're gonna have to explain what you mean by that, because I think that I must be misinterpreting you.
Is it logically coherent to be able to predict brute contingencies?
That's the thing. I think but the idea is that if something pops into existence and it's a brute contingency, you can't, there's a difficulty in terms of how you could have predicted that. But I have to think about it. That's actually a big problem that I haven't figured out yet. Like, in other words, think of it this way. Let me put for those in the chat that want to think of it more simply. Could God know a random event that was going to happen? Right? Well, if it's random, it has no explanation. And typically in our humanness, the way we figure out things are going to happen in the future is that we make predictions based on causes, right? Explanations, theories, mechanisms. So if there's no theory, mechanism, or cause, right? So it's just something that pops into existence. There's no way for us to know about it. But now there's a question of whether God could have known something that popped into existence randomly with no explanation. But the weird thing also about that is that if it popped into existence and there's no explanation for it, God can't be responsible for it. Because if he was responsible for it, it's no longer random.
What if that's what choice is?
Well, yeah, that you might think that that's what a choice is in terms of something that God doesn't explain. But then I think there's a couple issues with this. We don't want to say that our actions are random. Like, presumably we do it for reasons. Like, if I ask you, why did you come and talk on YouTube rather than going to sleep or rather than eating cake? Well, I wanted to talk to the brilliant, wonderful Danny, right? That explains your actions, right? So it's not random.
But here's the thing, though. This is where I'm bringing in guilt, though, is that I think anyone who tells you that they truly are convinced, like a determinist that just sort of like someone like T-Jump, sorry to name drop, but someone like T-Jump who just sort of tries to give off this idea of like, nope, everything is determined. Like this person, if this person either doesn't experience guilt at all, or they're essentially lying, right? Because what is guilt? If you were truly compelled, and I mean truly compelled, right? Like you looked at all the information and you realized, oh, I'm not actually doing anything I'm doing, then I don't see how you could simultaneously feel guilt unless you were just sort of like, unless there was something not fully connecting there. So to me, on some level, guilt is kind of like the way, the sort of the most accessible way phenomenologically that God lets us know, like, yeah, you can try to sort of say like, well, this happened to me, like, you know, these events happened to me in my childhood, and you know, it all just led to me, you know, deciding to like lie, cheat, steal, kill, rape. And it's like, well, God's not going to let you get away with that. If you feel guilt for it, doesn't matter how well you can explain your own actions, you're kind of screwed unless you know, stop doing bad stuff and start doing good stuff. You know?
Yeah, there are a lot of people that
if
have that.
determinism is true, then emotion and guilt basically turn into a category error where
guilt is the most
feeling guilty about a mathematical formula.
I disagree with you, but I wanted to say something. I wanted to meet you there halfway. First of all, a lot of philosophers feel the same way. Rather than trying to reason to whether there's free will or not, they're saying, hey, there is moral responsibility. We feel responsible. There is blame. There's guilt. There is praise, right? Let's start there, right? Let's not start all the way back to square one and try to reason into why we should accept there's responsibility or that there's moral responsibility, anything like that. They're saying, let's just start there and work our way to free will, or right. You know, there are a lot of philosophers have that mentality, right?
Well, I don't see how you couldn't have that mentality. I don't see how you couldn't have that mentality unless you didn't even experience the guilt itself. Because again, what is the meaning of the venture of dispelling the notion of like the validity of guilt if you're still experiencing guilt even after you feel as though you've debunked it? It's like, well, that's the most useless venture of all time, right? I've debunked guilt. It doesn't make sense, but I still feel miserably guilty and horrible about the things I've done. It's like, well, then what have you done exactly? Like, that seems like just the most like. No,
I will say that there are the main brand, well, a very common brand of determinism, like the hard determinist, will destroy notions like guilt and moral and responsibility and reasons and stuff like that. It will annihilate it, right? So I think that there is something to learn with respect to the metaphysical libertarian. I'm not a metaphysical libertarian, but there's one thing they're right about that I take and incorporate in my form of compatibilism. They think the future is open, right? So the future is not set under a libertarian view. Right? We're a hard determinist, everything is set because there are laws, right? They're laws of nature or whatever, right? So the future is already set by the laws, right? And so that cannot be the right view, I don't think. I think that kind of determinism, the future is closed, is a kind of determinism that renders stuff like blame and responsibility, it flings it out the window. But the libertarians are right, I think, in saying that the future is open. So there's a form of compatibilism that thinks that there's determinism, but the future is still open. And that's the form of compatibilism I hold to. I throw out the whole uncaused stuff that libertarians push, and I take the good part of libertarianism, that the future is open, and I incorporate it into my deterministic framework.
That just brings me back to what I know is the modal scope fallacy, but how can it be determined? How can it not be predetermined and deterministic if you know ahead of time before it happens what it is?
No, I think I'm inclined to agree with you, right? That if the future is set, right, it couldn't be otherwise. Okay, there's a problem for free will, a big problem for free will. But if the future is open, right, then that's just almost by definition free will, right? Like the idea is that you could have done something different, right? Then that preserves free will.
Well, what if you said it's open but known by God? Is that it just can't be?
Yeah, no, that's possible. I think it can be open and known by God, right? Because what it means to say that it's open it means that it could have been different. That's all that means. So let's say, if it's the case that in this world, I choose to eat breakfast tomorrow, doesn't mean that I could have not eaten breakfast, right? The future, it could go either way, but it just so happens that the actual world is such that I ate breakfast. So the future's still open. It's when someone says, oh, no, it could have not, you had to eat breakfast. right? That you could have not eaten breakfast because there are laws of nature that determine the future such that it's constrained, right? It's closed. And
This
so
reminds me when atheists say that evolution, the probability of evolution is 1 because it happened.
yeah, that is silly, right? That is so, yeah. When we say probability, that assumes that it could have been different, right? And so if you're saying the probability is 1, it seems like it's just saying that it had to happen, which is to say that the future is closed.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's right. I've heard some evolutionary like Brett Weinstein say he had a long conversation with Sam Harris because he believes that he doesn't believe in determinism, and he says that if evolution, assuming it were true, happened, if you went back and started it again, it could be a totally different outcome. But then it kind of just depends on the way you're looking at it. Because if you rewound this exact same world, well, of course it would happen the same way, right? I mean,
well, not if you're a libertarian, not if you're a metaphysical libertarian. That's the weird thing.
It's kind of confusing.
LR asked,
what if we just
interesting question.
Sorry, what?
Oh, okay. LR asked an interesting question, and I'm not really. I think it's a good question. How do you demonstrate that it could have been another way?
That question is asking, like, how do you demonstrate the number 9? That doesn't make any sense to me. What it means to say that it could have been different is just to say that there's no law, right, in place to determine the future. Okay, so for instance, if I said that there how many people in the room? There are 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? There's 7 people in the room. There could have been 8. And if you ask me demonstrate that, what I would say is that there's no contradiction in saying that there was a world in which there's 8 people on LPP stream. There's no contradiction, right? And if you think it's physically impossible, do you think the physics constrains the number of people in the room? Well, no one's going to accept that, right? There's no law of physics that constrains the number of people in LPP's stream, right? So while there's 7 people in the room, there's some other case in which there were 8, and that's because there's no law or logical contradiction that constrains that world as being impossible.
Yeah, but I think it goes back to the idea of naturalism.
Well, naturalism defeats just everything goes out the window with naturalism, right? Yeah, on naturalism, there's no such thing as logic, truth, minds, morality. Nothing. It is one of the most nonsense views on my.
Well, Danny, hang on. According to Pudding, the laws of logic are physical.
I hope he didn't say that.
Oh, yes, he did. You should go watch my debate with Speed of Pudding from back in like March or April of last year. And
oh, no, that poor man.
He literally stated that the laws of logic were physical.
Well, I have no idea what he means by physical there.
Oh, like, yeah. When he made that response, I was like, okay. And here's the thing, man. He actually has doubled down on that position in other conversations.
The only way that could make sense is that what he means by physical is like they exist or something. And in which case,
well, here's the thing. A lot of and this is where, and you're kind of agreeing with this point, but the naturalists are reaching levels of utter absurdity when, and this correlates with the dualist conclusion of like when they argue that abstract thoughts or abstract concepts are physical because from their worldview they are caused by chemical reactions in the brain, therefore the abstract itself is physical. And to me that just doesn't really make any sense. But
I agree. That's one thing I can't get there. I'm not even close to it intuitively speaking. Right. On naturalism, let me tell you what you've eliminated. You've eliminated truth. because truth is not physical. Where the hell do you find truth? Is it under a rock? Give me a box of falsehoods. What the hell does that mean? Right? Okay. So there's no truth or falsity. Okay. There's no minds. There's just brains. Okay. There's no
OLPP. I think we triggered Danny.
It's just an insane position.
I may have done that on purpose because I knew that would be his response. I can't lie.
Hey, wait a minute.
But real quick,
I have a problem here.
real quick, Chris Keith has joined us. How you doing, Chris?
Doing well, brother. How you guys doing?
Man, hanging in there. Just trying to
Got a pretty full house, huh?
comprehend. Well, yeah, we're actually doing pretty good tonight, man. It's actually this is my second stream of the day.
Really? That's pretty good considering how I tried to do a stream earlier and I couldn't even figure out how to do one. No, I got messed up. Somehow my sound got messed up and I couldn't even figure out how to delete the video. So it took me a minute.
Now, that reminds me, I'm actually mad because earlier today I found out like an hour after your stream ended that you were live streaming. I didn't get a notification.
From me?
No, from John.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what's going on with something screwed or not with StreamYard and YouTube because it did a lot of screwy stuff it didn't usually do. So I just canceled everything. I had to go into YouTube and actually physically delete the video. When I selected on to delete from YouTube too, you have to select on that if you're going to delete it. And it just didn't do it. I don't know what the deal was, but I don't know.
Yeah, it didn't get for this stream tonight. It didn't do. It's like I was actually talking to CJ yesterday about this. Like, hey, I always make sure that I schedule them 30 minutes after the start time to be 30 minutes after when I create it in StreamYard, just so that I get the 30-minute notification signal from YouTube, like sent to my subs and stuff. And I purposely did exactly that. I even was like, oh crap, I'm not gonna. I was taking a little extra time putting together the thumbnail, and I was like, oh crap. When I was actually about to click create, it like transitioned over to within 30 minutes of exactly with like 29 minutes or whatever from when I set the start time. And so I actually pushed it back 5 minutes, recalibrated everything, and then it didn't send out the signal. I was like, what the man? That's obnoxious. But yeah, I think YouTube's been having some issues. There was also some buffering problems people were having earlier too. But they're probably doing some updates or something.
I don't know.
That makes sense.
I don't know what you're talking over. Love, hate, nothing. He was in my one stream. It says the worm dies not. Please say, maybe talking to you, Logical. Please say this phrase. I came across it yesterday. The worm dies not. That was in my stream. I was doing third part to my eternal destruction versus eternal torment, but he may have been referencing that. I don't know.
Well, it's also in the Old Testament, if I remember correctly, but I can't remember which prophet spoke it. Like Jesus said it. It's only.
Well, yeah, Jesus. That's what I was going to get into tonight. Was that Jesus, spoke a lot on hell, but I'll save it for my next stream. But he was in my last one, so. Hey, thank you for if you stopped in and out. Sorry for the problem was I had was playing a video with my mic. I couldn't hear the video on my end, but it was playing because I had my phone. I played it and I could hear it, but I couldn't hear it. So therefore, I couldn't pause and comment or anything. So
I've had that problem happen. It's like a random bug. It happened to me too.
And then so I was like, okay, I'll just cancel this. And then I canceled it. And then I went back to look at my videos, and there it is on YouTube. So I had to go in there and make it private until I figured out how to delete it. And then I deleted it.
Hey, Chris, you should come to Rethinking Hell every other Monday and bring whatever your thoughts are.
Yeah, I'd listen to it quite a bit, Chris Day. I love that. I promoted it last time. My last stream I did. I haven't had a stream in a while. I'm hoping to do some more here now that I got a chance to a little more time. But yeah, definitely promote that channel too. It's great.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure what your view was, but
I lean very heavily towards what I call just eternal destruction. I guess he calls conditional immortality, but same thing. It's a little different from annihilationism. Well, it's really not, but a lot of people have a different definition of annihilationism. some people think that, that there's just annihilating and nothing's, you're getting no punishment or something like that. I think that I was going to go into that with John MacArthur. I was going to use him for I'm trying to do both sides. I've already did one side with Chris Date. I was trying to be fair and give the other side, because I'm not married. I'm leaning very heavily towards one side, but I was trying to be fair, just rightly divide the word, just kind of see what actual scripture says and what people from the community comes together, because I don't want to just be like a Gnostic and just go with what I feel. I want to know what the Bible says, what the Holy Spirit reveals, and then what my brothers in Christ also have revealed to them. So, and try to come to conclusion, because there's a lot to it, man, when you get into it. And I think the truth lies maybe somewhere in the middle, but I haven't got there
I don't
yet.
think the idea that hell is instantaneous destruction makes sense.
Well, I think it's my view would be that it's going to be destruction, but it's going to be like your punishment is. The Bible leaves it clear. It doesn't leave it. It's open. You know what I mean? It's like a mystery, kind of like not exactly like the Godhead or anything, but it's like, doesn't necessarily say what's going to happen, and I think it leaves it like that for a reason.
Chris Keith, I heard the news, man. I just wanted to let you know you're in my thoughts and prayers, brother.
Hey, I thank you so much, buddy. And how's your mom doing, by the way? Is she doing okay?
She's hanging in there for almost being 95.
Well, see, he was almost 95. He was 94 and a half. So, I started noticing some decline probably in March of this year. And, you can just start to see the decline. But his mom had diabetes, and she lived to be like 93. And that's your mom was 95 and she's diabetic. That's absolutely outstanding. Yeah, it's a testament to you, and you're taking care of her for sure. Trust me, I know.
Hey, good on you, Sal.
Just wanted
definitely. Doing the Lord's work for sure. Thank you. That means so much. I got a lot of condolences from a lot of people, and I thank you so much for everybody. That means so much.
I wanted to ask Danny something here. How are you a dualist and not a naturalist, but an atheist?
Well, I don't think that dualism commits you to atheism or theism.
Fair enough, but
it's fair to say that a gigantic percent majority of atheists are not dualists.
Yes, that is.
And the reciprocal is also true.
I hate to hijack anything here, but since Danny's here and he's probably the only one that may be able to, do you know what? Can you explain to me what super determinism is?
Super determinism or over determinism? I've only heard of over determinism.
Well, super determinism, it's like like it's supposed to be like a loophole, and I guess is it Bell's theorem or whatever?
Am I muted?
Sounds like hyper Calvinism.
Yeah, that's not. I didn't know if I was muted. No, that's not philosophy. That's something.
It's quantum mechanics. Yeah, it'd be quantum mechanics.
No, I'm not.
I thought you might have.
So ignorant.
Okay, I didn't know if that term came up in philosophy or not, but I've read on it before.
There's called overdeterminism. There's overdeterminism, underdeterminism, and determinism, soft determinism, hard determinism. I've heard of these are all philosophical notions, but I've never heard of super determinism.
I've read it's confusing. You may check it out.
It sounds like a lot of people debating over determinism and not liking the logical implications of it.
There's the Calvinist hate over there in the corner, guys.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit of a Calvinist, though, Argoth.
Oh man, I don't like the idea of determinism at all.
What's actually going on is Bob is a recovering Calvinist.
Yes.
And now it's like the guy going to the AA meeting, and if you start talking about drinking, he gets real irate and pissed off because you're tempting him to fall off the wagon. And
you're not supposed to romanticize it. Yeah, don't romanticize
exactly. Yeah, so we guys, you just need to stop tempting Bob to revert to Calvinistic policies.
There's no way the Calvinistic God is evil. There's no way around it.
To be fair, though, I think they're really just concerned with affirming God's power in a certain sense. Not that they negate other aspects of God.
I mean, hate Calvinists. I hate
right.
Calvinism.
Yeah, I think that, like what we were talking about before, there's a point where you look at determinism. It's like, well, there's got to be like, even if you have free will, it's not random. That's what they kind of are scratching at. You got to have reasons for why things happen, or are you going to just say it's random? And there's a weight on that.
That's why I'm a determinism. What you just said summarizes why I'm a determinist.
Yeah, I think there's.
What was it about what he said?
The idea is that we want to explain our actions. Like, why am I talking to you guys instead of talking to my mom? Well, because my mom's boring, right? She doesn't want to talk about philosophy. Now, what I've done is given you an explanation, which is deterministic.
Okay, but you made the choice.
Right. The choice based on a reason, which is just, to me, very straightforwardly deterministic.
Are your reasons deterministic?
Yeah, they were determined, yes.
Do you ever do something and then after the fact come up with a reason for why you did it, specifically about things that you did that you feel guilty about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be wrong, but you still want to think that there's some reason. You might not know the reason.
Yeah, like if I want to go on a diet and I eat cake and I reflect on that, I'm like, damn, that was a mistake. I don't like the fact that my reason for eating the cake was greater than the reason to not eat the cake, which was to go on the diet, right? And so I feel guilty. But the point is that it's the reasons that there's a contrast. They call it a contrastive reason. There's a contrastive reason for why I do one over the other. And to me, this is just determinism.
Hold on.
But you could have helped eat the cake,
Whoa, hang on. Hang on, Danny. In the hypothetical you're talking about in terms of eating the cake versus maintaining your diet, are you suggesting that you were incapable as an intelligent agent to do an analysis of the scenario and the situation and then reach a decision and then decide whether or not you wanted to intake the calories and deal with them later or not?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I think my notion of determinism, or my brand of determinism, is compatible with being capable to do otherwise.
Okay, then how is it deterministic if you had the capacity to do otherwise, and you had to make the conscious choice?
Because my choice is explained.
See, that sounds like super determinism. That's what I was asking.
Explained by my reasons.
Okay,
right?
but that doesn't mean it was determined. Like it was determined by your conscious action.
Well, yeah, then I don't see why that's not determinism.
Because it's not an absolute.
Well, because in any other context, determinism means that you didn't make a conscious choice. You know that, I know that.
That's hard determinism. I'm a compatibilist.
Yeah, even Calvinists will say, even affirm free will in the non-libertarian sense. These terms get really pedantic.
Yeah, it sounds pretty horrible what I'm saying. I understand it sounds like a bunch of word salad, but it's very nuanced for me, right? I do agree. Go ahead.
I think that it's a dichotomy. I really do. I don't see how you can possibly be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, that's what's called an incompatibilist. You think they're incompatible. I don't.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
I still challenge you to show me that your reasons for doing something are 100% perfect explanations of why you did it.
Well, okay. I wonder what the 100% perfect means there. But I'm just saying
it would have to be perfect to be deterministic, right?
I don't know
it
what
would have to be essentially a mathematical calculation, like if you were to program a computer to do a thing, that's deterministic.
No, but you see, that's a different kind of determinism. There are two kinds of causations that I hold to, right? There's something called singular causation and then law-like causation. Law-like causation destroys free will. Singular causation preserves it.
Can I ask you a quick? I mean, something just. I mean, basic. You recognize like there's like general chances and possibilities in the universe, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay.
Well, there's possibility with respect to how the universe could have been.
Say that last part again.
There's possibility. What it means to say that there's possibilities means that there are states that could have been with respect to the universe.
What if you say causation is a one cause for determining, or one determining cause is lies in the agent? I mean, some people define, like, I think Braxton Hunter likes the
Agent
to
causation.
define free will.
Yeah, there's something called agent causation, and this to me eliminates the sorts of reasons that I was highlighting called contrastive reasons. So the idea is that they want to say that the agent explains the action, right? So when an agent, let's say, decides to have breakfast, they said that that choice is explained by the agent. But here's where that's not where it's not sufficient for me, is that when the agent chooses to eat breakfast rather than not eating breakfast, the point is that if he chose not to eat breakfast, it's also going to be explained by the agent. So in both cases where he chooses to eat breakfast and when he chooses not to eat breakfast, there can't be a contrastive reason because both are explained by the agent, right? I don't know if I explained that well. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. No.
So okay, I think it's the fifth rule of Mills method, but let me just give you a hypothetical. You and I jump off the exact same plane while we're skydiving, but you die in the incident and I live. That cannot be explained. The difference cannot be explained because we jumped off the plane. You see why, right? Because we both jumped off the plane. It exists in both cases in where I lived and you died. Okay? There has to be some contrastive difference to explain why you died and I lived. So in the same way, if in one case I choose to eat breakfast and that was explained by me, and in the other case I chose not to eat breakfast and that was also explained by me, I have not identified a difference, a contrastive explanation for why I did one over the other.
But
And
somehow you maintain that there was a possibility of you doing differently.
well, I think you're speaking to something different. I'm addressing Chris's. Tell me how you think that ties into what I said.
Well, you're talking about determinism and compatibilism, and how somehow because you have a reason for doing something, that means that you necessarily would have done it.
No, I don't. No, that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. Right? Just because I was.
That's my point.
Well, I don't think I necessarily did. Like I didn't necessarily come in here into the stream, but it's still explained. Just because something is explained or determined doesn't mean that it necessarily happens unless there's a constraint like a law.
Right. So
But I don't think
your
this law-
reasons are not laws.
The reasons are not governed by laws. If they were, they're no longer reasons.
I have a question once you two are done.
The idea is that laws destroy reasons.
I'm patient, seeking. I mean, if you want to, you can ask your question.
Yeah, so then you stated that whether you breakfast or not, you explained that reason.
Sorry, can y'all hear? Is there something? Is it just me on my end?
I think seeking is a little quiet and was breaking up, but also
Yeah, I was hearing some echo.
I apparently am getting echo, so I'm going to mute when I'm not talking.
Okay, am I better now?
Much better.
Okay. So you were talking about how whether or not you eat breakfast, it's you come up with the reason. Doesn't that speak directly to free will because it all points back to you and your decision and why you chose to do?
Yeah,
what you
I
did?
accept that. I accept that. Yes, I think that the idea is that if it's explained by me, that's to say, if it was intentional, that preserves freedom.
So then, why would you bring determinism into that scenario if it's
Because it's my reason that explains the action.
Right, but I think that speaks directly to free will. Like you
Right,
would
but I
be
don't
the
think
one
I'm a compatibilist, which means that I think there's no problem in saying that my reason, there's a determining factor, but also because it was explained by me that I'm free. So that's the view called compatibilism, that I don't see a problem with saying it was determined by my reason, right? And also it was free.
Okay, I think I understand that a little bit better, but I think it all boils down to semantics, honestly.
Well, let me tell you what the incompatibilists would say, right?
Okay.
They're going to say that, okay, so let's say I look at a cake and it looks desirable, right? And I form a reason to eat it and I eat it. I'm going to say that that's explained by my reason, I was hungry, right? I would give you some reason. I like cake, whatever, right? Now, here's what they're going to say. What explains that? Why do I have a reason? So they push back the problem, right? And they're saying, and then when I looked at the cake, if they said that the cake sort of determined me to want to eat it, then that destroys my free will. So that's where the disagreement is, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see that as I don't see how that's deterministic. I mean, you are determining, like you're making the free choice, right? You're looking at the cake and you're determining whether or not it's valuable enough to you to eat the cake versus to conform to your diet or whatever number of other reasons.
Yeah, so a libertarian is going to say something like, something like that the cake doesn't have any causal explanation with respect to your desire to eat it, right? That the desire, the reason came within yourself and nothing else. Okay, so I think that's. Go ahead, someone.
Who says that?
That's a libertarian.
Yo, mama.
Metaphysical.
Hey, Praise.
What's up, guys? Shalom. Good evening.
Hey, Praise. How are you?
Just chilling out. Good stream, guys. Keep going.
All right. Hey, so real quick before we continue, welcome, Praise, and everybody. I believe that Praise is going to be using a different channel for some of his live streams. Is that right, Praise?
Yeah. So I got banned for a macaroni commercial. It sounds
but
kind of
I got on your stream earlier.
It was at my new channel, probably.
Praise, post something in the chat real quick so I can give you a wrench and you can post a link to your new channel.
No, Praise, I'm seeing it right now. Praise, I'm seeing your old one right now with 12K subscribers. There are the videos.
Oh yeah. So I have. You can access my videos, but I cannot live stream. So they took that away from me for 3 months.
These are fascists. Where's Antifa? Where are they?
Exactly. So yeah, whatever.
They're either coming after Christian streams or coming after macaroni streams. I don't know which one.
I don't understand why Antifa just attacks Google or something, or like that. I don't get it. Right? They're the ones that they're fascist, right?
Hey, so sidebar. I don't know if y'all noticed this, but I made this observation earlier. So my stream for earlier today had the QAnon warning from Google.
Yes,
from YouTube,
I saw that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. I think irony of ironies. When I was over watching the stream with you, Danny, on Speed of Pudding's channel, there was also a QAnon warning. I am wondering if the fact. I wonder if their algorithm has somehow connected, like talk about atheism, talk about religion in general, right, or different aspects. I wonder if it's somehow associated those topics with that organization, because I know beyond doubt I just said it a minute right now, and this is part of the conversation, but I know the one from earlier today, nothing remotely related to those issues was discussed at all in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Chat? What about the chat?
I don't think so.
Like if someone said even anything close to a political statement, maybe that would explain.
Well, it's within the realm of possibility, but my point is that for it to be that specific on my channel and Pudding's channel, like that's the point. Like two different ones, like there's a very low probability that both. Now, like what point I'm making is what's the corollary between what is the high probability between our two channels to have been discussed? Atheism, religion of some kind, right? What's probably not discussed necessarily those topics, right? I care. There's not that much discussion going on those two topics at the same time on two different videos. Seems a little strange, but anyway, continue, guys.
These algorithms, man, get ready for it. That's all I can say. They're coming to silence. They're coming to silence.
Just don't take the mark of the beast.
Scary, man. It's very scary.
I got whacked by a bot or whatever. I don't know what happened. Had my channel of 17 subscribers shut down, and I had 3 chemistry lectures on it and 1 molecular biology lecture. They had like 3 views each. I was toast.
Back up any of your videos, guys, if you like. If you want to keep any of them for future.
Was this a few like this last week, Sal, or was this? This was when we talked about it, you and I, right?
I posted a something about expelled. You'll see the expelled thumbnail on my channel that explained what happened. It happened last week. Yes. Short answer, yes. I got restored after about 2 days, and they gave us an apology without an explanation of why. I mean, it's like it would have been helpful if they said, well, our mistake was that our bot flagged this and it was an error. They didn't. They never explained why they shut down. They just accused me of spam, misleading information, and a scam. I'm just like, okay, I'm not monetized. I'm not selling anything. Who's to judge what's misleading information? I mean, if they're letting jihadists go free and have monetized channels that talk about killing Christians who are ex-Muslims, I was just giving chemistry lectures.
Good job, Cal. You just got John's channel banned.
They take money too from those guys that run commercials. David Wood's channel got demonetized, but before he got demonetized, they were actually running Muslim ads on his channel. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I think more than once it happened. David Wood.
I look for him to be probably YouTube in a month or less. He'd probably be gone from YouTube. But
yeah, 500,000 subscribers, and they did him. I mean, what happened to me, the only reason I found out about David Wood is I went public and talked about my temporary deplatforming, and someone said, look what happened to David Wood. And then I looked it up and just like, oh my goodness, 500,000 subscribers. And he'd been on YouTube for like 13 years. And
he's got a great ministry. I can't imagine how many Muslims are actually the ones that are subscribed to him.
Well, what he speculated is there are probably some Muslim sympathizers on the YouTube team.
Well, I think when he mentioned BitChute, and he had 10,000 subscribers, I knew that was going to be bad for him. That on top of other things, but then you mentioned another platform. That's probably what done it.
And Miss Energy here said Sal's got some bad search engine optimization. I feel bad for him. Yeah, thanks for your sympathies.
I'm going to use that. I did not really know how to address her name before because I don't want to say it.
Listen, you got to embrace that screen name. Standing for truth is hilarious at it with because very often she does super chats in his debates. And oh, look at this super chat from Stupid Whore Energy. And then he reads it off. It's oh, yeah, we got another one from Stupid Whore Energy. He like messes with it. He like Stupid Whore Energy and Stupid Whore Energy. You know, it's so funny how I've noticed him doing different variations of it. It's good entertainment. I'm pretty sure that that's part of the reason that SWE has that's the other way to deal with it, by the way, is just say SWE. I think part of the reason for the selection of that name is just to cause controversy while super chatting.
You have to remember the name.
She says, Smokey just calls me stupid whore. I've been joking. Somebody was giving me grief because I was like talking trash to somebody who was giving SWE a hard time one time. And then they accused me of simping. And so I've been getting personal entertainment out of making jokes about simping for SWE.
She's consistent. I mean, she supports, people's, in our community's channel all the time, and anybody that just does like legit stuff, so that's respectable, I guess.
What is she? Like, what's her worldview?
She's full Christian. She's full Christian.
Yeah, I mean, I suspected she was like an atheist or agnostic or something. I don't know.
For some reason, she doesn't like to come and like actually have conversations. Now she will porn bomb you personally. Praise, how about that? How did you feel about that when that happened?
I remember that.
Yeah, she personally porn bombed Praise one night in one of his streams. She didn't porn bomb him with like recorded porn. I mean, like she porn bombed him personally.
That is just
bad. SWE bad.
I'm pretty sure it took Praise multiple days to recover from that one. He was.
I imagine.
He was traumatized. It was very traumatic.
It is. I don't think people realize just how bad that is. There was like some chick on Facebook that friended me, and I was like, I don't know who she is, but okay, like whatever. And then she started messaging me, and she said, DTF, and I was like, I'm married. And then she was like, can you send me a picture? I'm like, why is she being so persistent? And it's hard.
It's a
I
robot.
have a theory. It's not a girl, it's a man.
No, I would guess.
He won't get on and ever talk to anybody, so I don't know. We'll never know, I guess.
Hang on, are you talking about SWE?
Yeah.
Oh my! You and Caleb both insisting that SWE is a man. Like, do you not realize
he won't show his face,
dude?
He won't talk.
SWE has shown way more than face.
How do you know? How do you know it's him? How do you know it's him?
I really don't want to know about it.
So it was real time on video.
Oh yeah, like premieres and live videos. Yeah, they're live.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the modern day debate gear that she modeled is like CGI?
Oh no, it's a hired hand.
Oh, okay. So this is like flat Earth. Okay, cool.
No, I'm just.
I'm all for it. Yeah, let's talk conspiracy.
Yeah, I think she did get on stream once, didn't she not?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
she did.
All right. I stand corrected.
No. In fairness to you, Jamie, Caleb is convinced that SWE is a man. But I mean, like,
I always feel that you stood up to it.
What is?
You open up.
Gavin, your mic is. We're hearing background noise, Gavin.
He muted himself. But no, at this point, folks, female parts of SWE have been seen in full display. Like,
You stop.
She's a reprobate.
Stop.
She's a backslider.
how is
Yes.
that? Okay, how is the fact that this has been witnessed? How is this backsliding exactly?
Well, you're talking about it.
Oh, she's hanging out in Christian channels all the time.
Okay, hang on. So talking about something. Okay, so I'm quite certain that the discussion of harlots, fornication, and adultery are well discussed in Scripture. So I'm not exactly sure. Are you suggesting that those passages should be removed from the canon?
No, John, you don't understand. You've lost your salvation.
No, people, man, I fell far, very far from home, and Jesus is just one step away.
I'll tell you, I fell pretty hard too, and I justified it in my own mind and figured out a way to reason with myself that the things that the Bible said weren't what it meant.
Wait, so do y'all just not know how to walk or something? I'm so confused.
I fell before. I think I just got spanked to death and brought right back.
Why is everyone falling?
It always
Like,
happens to me.
So you know what's happening right now is Danny is not understanding anything that's being said right now. Danny, are you feeling confused right now?
look, I'm a grown man. I can walk. These other people are falling on their face.
So you didn't understand the whole. I mean, Danny, I would have thought, given some of your proclivities, I would have thought you would be totally understanding of the whole getting spanked thing.
Oh God. Well, I'm not following this.
Wait, so you do believe in him?
Come on, Danny, you have to admit that was a good singer. You have to give me that one.
Kind of. I'm used to the teasing.
No, but in all seriousness, do you understand what we've been talking about?
Of course. Yeah, I'm not actually think that y'all are falling. Like, wait.
Come home, stupid
Yeah,
whore.
like, I know. Of course, I know what y'all are talking about.
Oh, SWE says that she's a Danny groupie.
What is a Danny groupie? Is that sexual?
No.
No, it's a species of fish.
Okay,
Duh.
Stupid Whore Energy has said that she is a Danny groupie. So that's a reference to you, and she's now your groupie. And her name is Stupid Whore. What do you think the reference is?
I don't know what it is.
Come on, Danny. Come on. You have way greater skill at connecting dots than that one in any other context. So are you blushing right now? Are you feeling embarrassed about this whole deal about like not understanding the point about getting spanked?
Oh, Universal explained it to me. She loves me.
I still think that she's referencing evolution and that she came from a fish.
Could be.
Wow, I didn't realize.
She understood my intentionality argument.
So we have 2 IMs on the stream.
Uh-oh. Is one Gav?
That's not monarchism. Sorry, man.
Why do you got to bring politics into this, man?
Joe Biden malarkeyism.
Is that one guy or 2? That's all I'm asking.
It's 2.
I'm pretty sure it's 2 and 1.
They're a do unity.
It's the Godhead.
They speak at the same time. It blew my mind.
They're the do unity.
Which is a logical contradiction because 2 cannot be equal to 1.
So, are you dumbasses talking about the Trinity again?
Spiritual math, 3 equals 1.
Hey, so in all seriousness, Praise, did you actually end up recording my second soundbite?
Yep, I have it. I'm going to use it next stream.
Oh, I heard something crazy today. There is my neighbor told me that they the Hubble telescope found a a group of 6 stars orbiting one another.
That's cool.
I get little feed. I get feeds like that too. I got one today, and it said that they figured out what dinosaurs beeholes look like. That was certainly my feed this morning.
That's I don't even.
I know.
What?
I didn't want to. I don't know why it was in there, but it was in there. Just my news feed.
What do you think about them originally being called dragons? You think that's right?
Well, I think a lot. I think, yeah, I think definitely there were larger reptiles in the past, and that men seen them and called them dragons. I don't know how. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, young Earth creationists, which I am one, always focus on the idea that, like, the Leviathan is probably a description of a dinosaur, and there may be a relation there, but I think it is important to recognize what's being, trying to be shown there, or what's being alluded to. It's, same with behemoths. I think it's a typology, they should be recognized.
What is the typology? I mean, I have a suspicion of where you would go with Leviathan, and I will.
I'm not sure. I don't have it in front of me. I'm not sure on it, but they're allusions to certain qualities that are saying.
You think that Behemoth was not?
Well, I mean, I know like Leviathan breathes fire and stuff. I don't know. Maybe a dinosaur did that. It's possible, I suppose, somehow. But I mean, you don't think that's an allusion to the dragon?
I do.
Revelation.
I do. I think that there's a good possibility that Leviathan, that is referenced in Job, is actually Satan, that great serpent, the dragon. But you also mentioned Behemoth being a typology, and I don't really know where you would what's a type of.
Well, you said it.
Wait, you think Behemoth is Satan?
I'm not sure. I got to look at it again, but I think a lot of that stuff is allusions to other things, but I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong.
I mean, I'm open to anything as long as you can justify it in Scripture. So I think there's a good case to be made that Leviathan is actually the dragon, the serpent, the adversary. But I don't know how you get there with Behemoth. So I would be interested to hear your argument. Later when you look into it, it's cool.
It just seems to be a similar type of description as the Leviathan, and aren't they both in Job, right?
Yeah, I mean they're both in Job, but they're referenced. Well, I mean, so my initial thoughts are that I don't think that Satan eats grass, but the Behemoth does, and
So that's a good point.
Oh, okay.
But dinosaurs don't eat grass, or I mean, it doesn't seem to be.
Oh, yeah, they do too. That's they found fossilized big piles of grass dung
in a sauropod. Do you know? I don't know.
I don't know about a sauropod, but I mean, many of the dinosaurs did eat grass. It makes sense too.
I'm really not understanding why you guys are trying to somehow validate Behemoth and Leviathan being or not being dinosaurs. Are you dinosaur deniers?
No, I'm not. I'm a young Earth creationist.
Well, I know, that's what I'm asking. Bob, are you a dinosaur denier?
Well, I'm currently thinking about how I can take that and make it a good joke, but I can't think of anything right now. So no.
Okay, so then if you guys are neither one of y'all are dinosaur deniers, then
I originally thought Leviathan was a dinosaur.
Okay, well, okay, cool. So my point is, why is there even a question when the description is rather blunt?
My point is just that I don't want to make a bad argument. from and make the position of what I think is true that the Bible affirms and make a bad argument for pushing that and missing maybe the greater point. That's all. I'm not even denying that maybe it is a reference to an answer. It's possible that is the case too, that it's both and, but
oh yeah, could be. And from my perspective, like I said, I originally thought Leviathan was some sort of dinosaur that literally breathed fire, and I still think that the creature did breathe fire, whatever it was. And I heard I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he made a reasonable argument for connecting the Leviathan with the serpent and the dragon and the Satan.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe.
So the only reason I push that is because I've been, I guess, persuaded that there's not really a problem with the idea that this idea of the dragon, like there is a ancient Near East context that does relate these ideas together with like the Sumerians and their creation picture of the chaos and the dragon and the chaos. I mean, I don't know enough about it to be sure, but I mean, if Younger's creationism is true, then I would suspect that the stories originated from the scriptural reference. But if not, I don't actually see a problem with, I forget what the term is, but the Bible using, common ideas from surrounding culture so much as it's taking that thing that's in the cultural, zeitgeist and applying it to teach, the reality of the scripture, what God wants people to know. But because I think denying certain illusions would be a bad argument if they exist,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious that the Bible clearly describes Leviathan as a dragon or a dinosaur, and that's proof that the dinosaurs that are in the fossil record are actually deceptions. They're false fossils that were created by Satan.
Yeah, what was that last one?
That's a joke.
Yeah, well, here's the thing with
lizard people.
In relation to Job, Satan character, there is not. I mean, it's personified, right? In the portion where he's coming before and asking for permission, basically, to go and test Job. There's nothing that's metaphoric about it. You're, at least for me, I've clearly interpreted that as a conscious entity, right? That it's personified, and so I don't really see the connection between that and Leviathan.
Well, I think that.
That's a good point.
The Satan, you mean, in Job, like Satan or whatever. It's
clearly given at least the illusion of literal personification of that character, right?
Well, are you saying that you think because there's a separate reference to the Satan, the accuser, in Job, also that necessarily suggests that the dragon and that's mentioned couldn't be the same entity or the same thing,
right?
Or whatever?
Well, and you also have to think about the context, right? So the context in which Leviathan, the behemoth are mentioned, God is giving an exposition about his own creation, right? And the magnificence of the things he's created, and basically telling Job, who are you to be questioning me? Where were you when I did all these things? Where were you when I did X, Y, and Z, right? And created this and created this. And then, it's expansion of, that topic. So that's what I'm saying. I don't really see the connection. I mean, I can see how people I can see how people can perform mental gymnastics to reach that conclusion. But I would say
which conclusion? The one I'm talking about, or what? What
yeah,
conclusion?
the whole it's the dragon is actually the devil kind of thing. That's what I'm
yeah, I think it's more nuanced. I think it's really nuanced. If that's the case, it would be like the Satan in there is somewhat personified in because if you see the connection with the dragon and this idea that you see in their surrounding culture, and however you want to look at that, that's reality in the sense of like what we know from the other stories of the other cultures. But the thing I would say with trying to make those two separate entities would be maybe over literalizing it in the sense that just like Christ calls Peter Satan, he doesn't say stop acting like Satan. He says, get behind me, Satan. So in a sense, it's almost like it's nebulizing the idea of Satan as an individual spirit, which I actually affirm. But
the word Satan does mean adversary.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of another hint that it's the idea of a spirit isn't necessarily. I mean, I affirm Satan as a spirit, but at the same time, it's making the allusions to the dragon or this, that's in these other cultural ideas, and then also that seems to kind of fit with the biblical idea of Satan, and if you accept a pre-creation angelic realm, and because also that myth kind of goes like, it's like there's this chaotic sea before God makes, before the Creator makes the universe, and I think the Bible is speaking on this. Now you can theorize where the source is or whatever, but I think because the Bible also later, like in the Revelation,
do you believe the gap theory?
The sea is like the people of the earth, so it's almost like an allusion to almost like predicting what would happen when mankind is created, and how Satan works through people.
Now you also have to remember too that there's another mention of this by Job, and he says, "I went mourning without the sun. I stood up and I cried in the congregation. I am brother to dragons and companion to owls. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat." So yeah.
Where is that?
That is Job 30, verse 28 and 29.
Okay.
Or 28 through 30, actually. Sorry.
Can you read it again?
I went mourning without the sun. I stood up and cried in the congregation. I am brother to dragons and companion to owls. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat.
Okay. Well, I mean, if Leviathan was the dragon, then is that not possibly an allusion to being sinful?
Yeah, but what about owls?
I don't know.
I think that's evil spirits or this evil spirits in the surrounding people. Like he's lamenting his bad fortune, and I mean, I think the owls is definitely like an evil spirit type of idea, like the beasts. The Bible uses that kind of language, right?
Creature of the night type thing.
Well, no, the Tanakh uses the owl to mean unclean animal. It's like it uses it several times to mean unclean. So yeah.
I have two arguments.
The bowls of Bashan surround me and all that too, like on the cross, or in the there's other in the prophets it talks about the wild animals, like he said. I think I agree.
Yeah, I mean, like right now. So this is God talk. Okay, so Job 40. Verse 1. Moreover, the Lord answered Job and said, okay, so that's the pretext. And then, behold now behemoth, which I made with thee. He eateth grass as an ox. Lo, his strength is in his loins, and his force is in the navel of his belly. His tail he moveth his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his bones are wrapped together. His bones are as strong as pieces of brass. His bones are like bars of iron. I mean, that's okay. Surely the mountains bring him forth food where all the beasts of the field play. He lieth under the shady trees and the covered of the reed and the fens. I mean, it just continues on that context. I mean, that's pretty. I don't know how much more clear that's an animal. And then chapter 41. Can you draw out Leviathan with a hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Can thou put a hook into his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? I mean, that's. Can you fill his skin with barbed iron? Can you, or his head with fish spears? Lay thy hand upon him. Remember the battle. Do no more. I mean,
So
I understand what you are referring to with Behemoth. I mean, he eats grass, and the curse of the Satan, or the serpent, which I think is the Satan, was that he would eat dust, and dust is not grass.
I can't.
Behemoth. I don't agree yet. I'm willing to hear an argument for it, but I don't agree yet that Behemoth is Satan.
Let me rephrase what I meant. Okay, I spoke too quickly on that. I just meant to point out that there seemed to be an illusion. Maybe Behemoth represents like a contrast to the Leviathan. I just think it's probably trying to allude. Maybe they're like representations of two different groups. Because that seems to be like more of a positive description of it, or whatever, maybe. And the other one is clearly.
What I think's going on. I think this is a clear example of Seventh-day Adventism misinterpretation.
This isn't a Seventh-day Adventist thing.
I know, Jamie. I know. I'm messing with you.
It's all good.
From our conversation earlier today, I thought I was getting a good chuckle out of that.
You're a Seventh-day Adventist, Jamie?
I guess.
Cool, man. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Did you guys know what IP? You know IP is, right? Inspiring Philosophy and Sentinel Apologetics. Have you guys heard of them?
Yeah, intellectual property. I know what that is.
I interact with them.
Well, you know what they say the Behemoth's tail is, right?
Yeah, it's a little twig that sways back and forth. It's on the back of an elephant.
No, it's actually the bull's cock.
No way.
No, I'm serious.
It's a cedar. They say that's an allusion to it's a scholarship. They're just getting it from the scholars.
Yeah, I know, but they've actually posited that, and it's the balls or the I think it's the the stones or something.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Stones make sense.
So
Really.
there's for the scholarship is win, guys.
These stones make sense.
These kinds. I mean, so what is the grass that he's eating?
Smoking grass.
I actually have an idea on that, actually.
But is it Smoky Saint?
Huh?
I don't know. I'm trying to make jokes and no one gets them.
By the way, I totally forgot that we actually have somebody who's joined us and hasn't. We've been running our mouths about. Well, Praise has been running his mouth about cock and balls. So, Super Redeemed Energy, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. How have you been?
Good evening, you guys. This is actually my streamer debut. My song.
Robot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We're not getting you, man.
Yeah. Go ahead and leave it back in.
Okay.
Oh man, that sucks. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, and it's so rough because like you don't know what causes it.
Yeah.
I think that Praise's misinterpretation is clearly the cause.
Yeah, I'm a heretic. Actually, no.
That's what I was going to say. I think Praise is a heretic.
Yeah, that's the heretic ways, the ways of a heretic.
Well, and then Praise jumps in and he preaches his heresy, and the next guy that tries to talk is Robot.
Well, what's clearly the issue is he's been swayed, just like his misinterpretation of Leviathan. He's been bouncing back and forth between Western and Eastern Orthodox understanding of the Trinity. So it's Significant problems, folks.
Yeah.
You still don't accept the Trinity?
I believe in a Trinity. Yes, I don't necessarily believe in the Trinity that most of the churches believe in the Catholic Church. I mean, to me, it's ridiculous.
I don't want to hear Catholic stuff. You know, I'll tell you, I was raised in the Church of Christ, and my understanding of the Trinity was it was a Catholic doctrine, and solely because of that, I rejected it. It was a very long time before I found YouTube and started actually before I found YouTube and then found apologists, before I found somebody who actually explained it in a way that made sense to me and didn't seem to contradict scripture, and that's when I accepted it.
Nice, man.
So, John, I would give you two arguments for Leviathan being Satan, and it's all I've got. This is it. Satan was made by man, by man. Satan was made by God, right? Everything was made by God. So Satan and Leviathan were made by God. And the great dragon, the serpent in Revelation, I don't see any reference to dragon before then. And the closest thing I can come up with is Leviathan. That's my entire take.
I'll give you a better one, Bob. Read Isaiah 38:1. Read it right now. Right freaking now. Read it.
Isaiah 38.
27:1.
Oh, yeah, 20. Dude, how did you know what verse I'm talking about, LPP? You freaking mind reader, McGee here?
I mean, assuming you're referring to
He's such a
Leviathan.
heretic that he can't even remember verses.
Yeah, it's actually 27:1. I'm sorry.
All right,
Yeah,
in that day the Lord
reference is correct. All right, man.
In that day the Lord with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. So that's Leviathan and the dragon.
What's the sea?
Where the dragon is.
Okay, but so
in Jewish literature, the sea was death, or the pit.
It's also the peoples of the earth, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, Revelation 17:15 actually says the waters are people, yeah.
Well, the waters.
Now what you guys are
imagery. You got to see the imagery.
Now, what you guys are forgetting is that in Job, the Leviathan is referred in that context is described as being like you can't slay him.
Right, that's the point. And what Jesus says, like, you need a stronger man for the strong man. What is that about?
Ooh.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah, John, you think you can slay Satan?
Put a hook in his nose and do if you will. I mean, that's what it's doing. It's there is an illusion there. And
John, tell me that you can astrally project and bring a gun with you and slay Satan.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've addressed this before.
Christ defeated him already, though.
As to the direct reason that I did not pursue astral projection, is a recognition that no, I would not be able to defeat him.
I know physicalists that could astral project, so
what the?
Trying to tell you.
Man, this guy, I tell you what, dude, no, there is no, okay, so he doesn't think, okay, so here's the problem we have, ladies and gentlemen, with Jamie. Jamie knows physicalists who can astral project, but he doesn't think that prophets could have left their body in order to see a vision.
Well,
Ezekiel.
What does it mean when John says that he was in the spirit and he was lifted up to heaven?
That Bob, I already brought this up to Jamie. He came with this whole convoluted deal. Man, now he's talking about physicalists he personally knows that leave their body. Like, come on, man.
Well, no, it's like a deception. It's like when people say they're abducted by aliens and then there's a video camera on them and they're sitting there the whole time. What's the phenomenon is the question. What's happening?
Whoa. What the hell does that have to do with whether or not their spirits, their consciousness left their body?
Nothing.
Okay, so they're on camera.
Before
So,
this,
hang on. So, has the clear delineation been made by yours truly that in the context of what we're talking about, have I been suggesting that their bodies went anywhere?
No, you're right.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
But here's the thing about the whole idea of, well, you want to go down that rabbit hole?
I mean, we can.
Well, okay, here, just consider this.
I'll go down any rabbit hole.
Here's a good argument to why dualism doesn't make sense in the Bible if you're going to posit it. So whenever someone like me brings up an argument about why it's not saying what you guys think it does, I say something like, well, the description is always like, like in Daniel, that many who sleep in the dust shall awake. Jesus, Lazarus is sick, and Jesus is saying, or Mary's saying, I know if you had been here, my brother wouldn't have died. And he's like, I'm the resurrection and life. She's like, yeah, I know he'll be resurrected on the last day. And he doesn't say, that's wrong, but that's can be looked at either way, I guess. But it's like, so he raises him from being in paradise or something, like brings him back to the earth from being with the Father in heaven or whatever. I mean,
oh, okay. Well, Jewish,
and they think he's not asleep, and Jesus says Lazarus sleeps, but I go to wake him, and they're like, oh, if he's just sick, let him rest. And then he's like, no, he's dead. It's like, why do they use sleep? Well, it's because it's like the body's asleep. Well, that's like you're saying he didn't really understand dualism because he called him his body. He's like, if you're going to say that it's just talking about the body, well, they're always talking about the person, the who of like who's being resurrected. It's like, if dualism's true, then when he said, I go to wake him, he'd be talking about a spirit, because he is his spirit or he is his soul, if that's true. But saying, oh, they just meant the body. Well, are you saying they were confused about who the person was, the body or the soul or whatever?
So do you know the significance of the time factor from the Jewish perspective?
What?
So the 3 days was very significant in Jewish culture, right? And
smell, you knew they were dead.
Well, no, it's 4 days, not 3.
Yeah, there's typology there too, I think. But
right, well, the point I'm making is that there was a subcomponent of all this thing, that their spirit remained until then, and that's part of the significance of Christ, on the third day rising, is that from their perspective, that after 3 days, right, or at 3 days, there would be no possibility of resurrection.
Well, it was too late.
That might be some interpretation, but there's also evidence that the common idea for the Jewish community at that time was my view, that they didn't have it. This idea came later of spirit and soul coming in from like the Greek influence. But I mean,
right, but here's the thing. If he's stating that he has control over death, right? But then it's saying, no, he's just asleep, right? But they're all like, no, he's dead, right?
Yeah, Jesus said that.
Well, I know, but you're missing the point. The point is that there's no doubt about this, right? I am proving to you that I have power over death.
Yeah, he waited on purpose. That's for sure.
Right.
He waited till the 4th day, right?
Right. Now,
because they thought after 3 days the spirit was gone.
I was told that,
or the soul.
That was because there's no doubt that they were dead after that long. Like, because usually the body started to smell or whatever. They needed to bury it by then or something.
Well, right. I mean, that's part of the reason they wrapped him in the way they did and everything, was to deal with the odor and such. But anyway, the point being made is none of that has any real bearing on whether or not he had a soul or not, right? And
Okay.
and beyond that, in the context of like NDEs right now, we've had people who've been in, like, there's plenty of people well documented, that literally being prepared for autopsies. They've been in the freaking morgue for days in the cooler, and wake up. They've been declared dead.
Well, I believe that's possible.
And they've had NDEs, right? So we have no idea what Lazarus's NDE was, or if he had one, or didn't have one.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's an argument from silence.
Well, no.
I mean, to say he didn't have an NDE, I mean, that's all.
Snap, he just accused you of
No.
apostasy.
The point I'm making is from, you're trying to argue that your perspective of physicalism is supported by the fact that he was brought back from the dead.
No, I'm not saying that. I was saying the talk of sleep. I'm just saying like the weight of the evidence. I would say the killer.
Right. But I'm saying in the here and now, right? We have rather overwhelming evidence that the physical body can be incapacitated, right? And from our perspective, in a coma, right? Like, what the hell is a coma other than being asleep in the purest sense? Why? But we have people who are in that state in terms of their physical body being in that state. Yet,
I don't think you dream in a coma.
Well, that's okay. You're missing the point. I'm talking about people who are in comas but are having NDEs.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying that the scripture's kind of silent on it, but the evidence we have in the here and now sways to your position, essentially, right?
Well, that in conjunction with, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, right? Things of that nature. And I was caught up in the spirit and all these different aspects that directly correlate with what we're now getting to have documentation on in the modern era, which, in my opinion, would just confirm the underlying premise. I mean, here's the thing. Here's one of the things that really frustrates me and I find extraordinarily irritating on a variety of levels, not just this one, but like in a lot of stuff. It's like, it's one of the atheist standard moves. And I'm not accusing you of this. I'm just talking in general. Like,
I hear you.
The Bible doesn't describe everything about quantum mechanics. Therefore, when it says that God is light, that doesn't mean anything. That's contradictory. I've literally heard people talk about that kind of crap. And it's like,
right.
Well, the Bible doesn't delineate every single aspect of science in Genesis. Therefore, it must be false. And it's like, so are you suggesting that the Bible needs to like extrapolate out every single possibility of every single scenario in our freaking existence? Like, it didn't explain how freaking DNA works. Therefore, it's false.
Therefore, Abraham Lincoln's existence is false.
Right. So my point being, it's like, the Bible doesn't extrapolate out the innate details of what happens at the moment of death, other than some general statements, right? Well, now we've got and I'm not suggesting that every single person that's ever talked about having an NDE is not making crap up. I'm sure there plenty of them are, right? Plenty of them admitted to doing so. However, there is a stunning corollary between the dramatic improvements in actually starting in World War II, just a utter skyrocketing of people having NDEs, and getting to the extreme of stuff like doctors are starting to have major, mental conundrums on a lot of this stuff of like, no, they're dead. Their body's turning black. They're in the freaking morgue. They've been there for days. And then they're coming back to life and having no physical damage. I mean, think about that.
Go to the gaps.
I mean,
I just want to say, I'm so thankful that I found you guys to talk to brothers and sisters in Christ who actually know the Word of God and can pull it out of their heads and say, "Oh yeah, it's in this spot." It's so refreshing.
Likewise.
I appreciate that, man. Hope Jungle's joining us.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
maybe my long-winded diatribe on that stuff. Like a couple years ago, I went through a little phase where I read I read probably I don't know 15 books on near-death experiences, and and I'm talking about some of them more like the scientific ones, right? Like they were full-scale research projects on where a lot of the books were derived from, and I also read some of it's pretty fascinating how there's actually like full-scale academic research projects being done in secular universities on this topic. Like it's not some major like fringe outlier anymore, because the instances are reaching such high levels that they just can't be ignored anymore. And
So, what do you say about Bruce Grace and LPP?
which one of his books was his? They're blurred together for me.
So he's from UVA. He's like the leading researcher for the last 25 years.
Is he the guy that they interviewed recently on Capturing Christianity again?
No, that's Gary Habermas. He's
That's right.
Yeah.
I love Gary.
Yeah, me too.
Which do you remember what the name of his book? I remember that guy has written like 3 books on it, hasn't he?
Well, papers. No, he's written. I don't think any books, but like thousands of papers. I mean, the literature is out there incredible, man. Like, I have a peer review that actually he debunks every single possible natural explanation and he eliminates them. So I'll probably need to send that to you.
Yeah, please do. I mean, to me, one of the most fascinating components of the NDE trends are the fact that when they leave their bodies, like they're still having conscious like experience, right? And not even immediately recognizing that they've left their own body until they see it, which I think is very interesting. That's almost like a uniform trend, right? They literally see themselves from a external perspective. And another component of it that's very, very common is, from the description, it seems to me extremely similar to what would be described in the context of like literally traveling to a different dimension. And that's what I find so fascinating about like the atheist perspective and all the stuff about, magic and stuff. And I'm like, I don't necessarily find all this stuff to be like this ethereal magic. Like it's recognized that there's, by a lot of theoretical physicists and such, that, no less, potentially, a lot of them think no less than 11 dimensions, something that some of them consider up to like 26. I'm like, so if that's true, then why is it unreasonable to think that we could be existing on another plane of, from a dimension perspective? Like that
doesn't prove a God. It doesn't prove a God.
Out of the gaps.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Is there a peer-reviewed paper on that?
Yeah, I just got one.
Was it biased?
LPP, give me a wrench really quick because I want to share the link to the crowd with the audience.
I thought I didn't give you one earlier.
I don't think so. I mean, look real quick.
He got a new channel.
While you're doing that,
no, but earlier I told you to post, and I could have sworn I gave you a wrench. I forget.
Yeah, no, you got me one, sir. I got it.
Jungle, I would like to publicly apologize to you. I shouldn't have criticized you the other day.
There's no problem. It's all good.
I'm just going to begin real quick and say thank you, guys. I'm going to go ahead and head off.
Oh, thanks for joining us. You're welcome to come back anytime.
God bless you. Thanks for coming in.
God bless you.
Keep seeking the narrow way.
And here's my link channel address thing, whatever you want to call it. No.
Yeah, the stuff they'll talk about, like on the all the colors they can't describe, and everything has a new layer. Everything emits light, and that's one of the things that I've found extraordinarily fascinating. as being a common experiential component for people having NDEs. When you think about the premise that in reality, everything that exists, everything that has light or has life actually does emit light. Like in your cells, each one of your cells is emitting light. Now it's so faint that we can't actually perceive it outside of having like special sensors and such, right? But we actually are emitting light. And when you think about that in the context of, and I've mentioned this verse many times in a variety of different contexts, but it seems to make sense in this one as well. For now I see through a glass darkly, but then face to face, right? I almost feel like we live in a shroud of what our true potential for existence is. And we actually don't get to we're not truly experiencing what the perfect creation entails. And I've thought about that in the context of, what was the fall, right? The fall from grace, there's obviously the philosophical component to that, but there's also a reality component of that. And like, what truly was the fall? What did we become susceptible to in that context?
Yeah, there's the reality of Daniel in a dream or in a vision talking to angels, and that's a reality too.
Yeah, there's so much more to existence. I mean, it's why you guys heard me say this many times, but it's why I chuckle at a lot of the components of the atheist worldview. And it's just like, you know what? You got it, and this kind of correlates with the whole atheist fantasyland projection complex thing I came up with. Like, they project that we have small minds. They project that we have no big picture of existence and understanding and potential for comprehension on, additional layers of existence. And I'm like, your entire perspective of existence is that you live in a finite speck of time, and there is nothing beyond the microcosm in which you live.
You're not talking about Snake, are you?
If that's not the quite literal embodiment of small-mindedness, I don't know what is. Would you guys agree or disagree with that position?
Honey, I disagree.
You are not yet convinced?
I don't know Snake well enough yet to make that determination. I mean, I saw his last debate. I saw his debate with Darth Dawkins and with Matt Slick. And then I had a conversation with him last night about how he determines morality based off of the idea that exists or function is what is good. And we didn't really get into it, but he still seemed to think that abortion was okay, not immoral, even though it reduced function by removing people. So I really don't know enough about him to really make a statement.
You pretty much got the substance of him last
That's
night.
That's quite a lot. I mean,
There's not much to Snake, unfortunately.
no, he's learning.
It's sad. I tell you what, the funniest part about that whole debate though was Matt Slick having the realization that he was dealing with a lightweight. That was some good entertainment.
It was funny. The after show, I think it was Smokey Saint, came on, and he was like, "Dude, did you not realize that you were talking to a Calvinist?" And Snake's response was, "I don't care." Right? And then Smokey Saint was like, "Dude, there were all of these things that you could have challenged him on if you had known." I don't understand why Snake doesn't care about his opponent.
In the debate itself, he admitted that he had done absolutely no research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he said a little.
Well, one of the things I find funny about not all, but a lot of the atheist YouTube debaters is they do no prep or just a very, very I mean, what I found so funny was David Neff and Snake did an hour of prep on David's channel, and then David was throwing Snake under the bus about the loss in the after show when Snake was on his channel. It's like, bro, you helped prep him, and now you're tossing him under the bus.
I didn't know that.
Are you tossing yourself under the bus? Like, I was cracking up about that one, but
he did say like Matt Slick did better in the debate than Snake.
Oh yeah, he straight up tossed him under the bus. But the point, or I was ultimately going with all that, is the majority of them don't prepare opening statements, or if they do, they're like very short, pathetic, little twisted crap. Or it's like, yeah, or they won't plan anything, and they'll just address like 2 or 3 points, one, maybe sometimes 3, usually only 1 or 2 of the points that the theist has brought up in their argument, have nothing of real substance, and then proceed in the course of the debate to act like or have not been able to comprehend points that you made in your opening statement.
Well, I will give Snake that his opening statement sounded reasonable until it was challenged.
Yeah, the funny thing is that they refused to concede. They lost the debate.
I've gotten to the point in my opening statements, I will literally predict what their responses are going to be and what their positions are going to be. Then they will proceed to take those positions and then claim that I never addressed them or I don't understand their position. And it's like, bro, I stated what you were going to do and why you were going to do it before you did it. And now you're telling me that I didn't know what you were going to do or I don't understand what you're doing? Like, how can I predict what you're going to do if I don't understand it?
Sounds like Calvinism.
It's amazing.
Why are you not Calvinist, LPP? I want to know that, man. There has to be a reason why you're not.
Yeah, why do you think that God isn't evil, John?
A tulip?
Tulip.
They come on to Praise's channel and announce publicly that because of the amount of nudity I display in my debates, they no longer find me to be a suitable debate interlocutor.
Which
I'm
channel?
not joking. I'm not joking. We have the video.
Hold on. Who said this?
Rudolph?
Randolph Richardson.
Well, so the no pants finally did you in, huh?
Yeah, that was a straw.
But you know
that was
what?
the straw.
Sorry,
you go ahead.
We know what I find very entertaining about that is it wasn't the nipples. They were fine with the nipples. It was no pants.
Well, I challenged him. I said, Randolph. No, I said Rudolph. Oh, sorry, Randolph. It sounds like you're making a big storm in a teacup just to get out of debating me again. Could that be because in the last debate you got whooped? And he had no answer.
Man, it's so funny. Oh, that was. I have to. Okay, so I loathe Skylar Fiction. Okay, but his video with no pants.
That was well done.
I was laughing hysterically. I mean, the editing on that one, you got to give him some serious credit for that one. That was an epic. That may be the best video ever done by Skylar Fiction. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Man,
Tom Cruise, yeah.
So you just have to think about it, Gavin. What a way to exit the atheist, the atheist debate channels. I gotta get a good laugh out of that one. And if anybody who has not seen that video, it's totally worthwhile to go and watch.
Oh, so I was actually flattered, John, to be compared to Tom Cruise.
What's it called? The video?
It's search for Skylar Fiction channel. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, it's too good.
What fiction?
I'll find it. Hang on.
Skylar's atheist. He likes to talk about babies.
He's a piece of human garbage. However, this video he did is pretty hysterical. It's Gavin No.
Yeah, he's a horrible person, but I try to, be understanding and everything.
When Snake was debating Matt Slick, or in the after show after Snake had debated Matt Slick, I was talking to him about his worldview, and he responded to one of my questions regarding his worldview, and he basically said, "I don't give an S." And I was like, well, then when Matt was asking about it, you could have just said, "I don't think about it and I don't care," and that would have been an honest answer. And Snake had zero response. He just accepted it.
He thinks he knows it all. He's at a stage in life where he thinks he knows more than everybody.
He knows everything except the things he doesn't think about.
Right, which he never even considered.
Did anyone catch that question I asked him in the Q&A? Does Snake realise that his brain's not anatomically fully developed yet at his age?
Oh, that was funny.
It's not fully formed, yeah.
It's not fully formed, but that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, and then Matt Slick responded with, "That's funny because I'm old and the guy that was asking the question was old, and you could have returned with, like, your brain has been deteriorating for a while."
Well, mine's not deteriorating. I take supplements.
Give it time.
It's just maybe a little bit slower. I don't know. But it was always slow anyway, so.
Well, your brain has definitely improved with age, Jungle.
Well, experience, yeah. Yeah. A lot of experience. A lot of stories to tell.
Yep.
And they're all
a lot
real.
of coffee.
They're all real with a coffee.
Who's listening to music?
So LPP is looking for a video.
Well, he linked the video.
Yeah, I'm not playing it in my. I'm not gonna play it in the stream.
All right. Well,
Too much.
I love you, brothers.
Sniping.
Praise God for fellowship with you. I'm going to go to bed. 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4, the gospel by which you are saved is that Jesus Christ died from the dead, or died for your sins according to the scriptures. He was raised from the dead according to the scriptures. That's the gospel by which you are saved.
Amen, Bob.
Yep. Just like Lazarus.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I think that might actually be a good call. It's 2 a.m. It's probably time for bed. Okay, yep. Everyone have last words, and we'll call tonight.
Good stream. Great stream, John.
Appreciate it. Praise.
Well, I appreciate you letting me on here, LPP. A lot of fun. Love your streams always. Probably the most hilarious, and so thanks for having me again, brother.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Jungle.
I think everybody should get a sawmill. That way you can have your own lumber. You don't have to go to Home Depot for lumber.
Well, you also have to have your own personal forest. So there's that.
Oh yeah. My own cedar trees. Yeah, you gotta have some cedar trees.
Yep. Sal, are you still with us, or are you have you left? I think Sal's it's late. He's probably taking care of his mom. All right, well, everybody, I appreciate you all for joining us. Thanks for putting up with the changes in conversation, the different directions, the entertainment. I hope you enjoyed all the things we've been discussing. And as always, I hope that as you consider, ponder, contemplate, and ultimately reach conclusions about the fundamental requirements for your existence, that the conclusion that you reach is and will be logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, y'all.
God bless.